Chapter 30, The Final Trial. Wang Wei spends a total of 10 days of rest to prepare for the 9th and final trial of the pagoda. With a strong and positive mindset, he sets out and enters the pagoda for the last trial. In this trial, Wang Wei lives a joyous ordinary life. He had a family that loved him, an abundance of wealth that allowed him to enjoy life as much as possible, fulfilling a job as government official who is loved by the common people, and a healthy body without any major disease. He did not participate in things like drugs, alcohol, or prostitution. Wang Wei could be considered quite the responsible and filial son. The only major event expected to occur in his life is the day when he chooses a bride and gets married. Unfortunately for him, he did not live for that long. On a certain cloudy day, Wang Wei had the day off from the office. While taking a walk in the garden with his mother and father, suddenly the heaven trembles. Wang Wei and his family hold each other as a form of support. Then they raise their heads and look into the sky. What they say would leave an everlasting memory or trauma deep into their soul for as long as they exist. When Wang Wei looks in the sky, he sees a gigantic hand descending from the heavens heading toward him. His first reaction is that his idea is absurd, but as the massive hand starts to somehow enlarge itself, he realizes that his first assumption is actually quite right. In fact, the hand is not enlarging itself, but as it approaches him, all Wang Wei could see is the palm of the hand, which is quite massive in proportion to his size. As the hand approaches, Wang Wei finds himself incapable of talking, moving, or defending himself. Even his thinking process becomes increasingly slow and sluggish. The air or atmosphere around Wang Wei becomes solidified, which results in a heavy pressure both physically and spiritually to the people around. It is often said that when a person comes face to face with death, they will see all the memories or significant moments in their history flashing through their mind. However, this did not apply to Wang Wei at this moment. All he could think about before his untimely demise is how powerless he is, followed by insurmountable anger. Then he left the mortal coil with regret and endless fear. After his death, Wang Wei did not immediately exit the pagoda. This time, the setting of the trial is different. After the first death, the participants will find themselves rebirthed to a younger version of themselves at around 15 years old with all the memories of the previous life intact. Their mission for this trial is to ensure their survival from that gigantic hand. On his second attempt, Wang Wei decides to follow the path of cultivation in order to fight the powerful being. In just a few decades, Wang Wei reaches the peak of cultivation and becomes one of the 9 giants of the cultivating world. On a fateful night, Wang Wei stands upright on top of a deserted mountain. He is waiting for the moment that will forever change his destiny. As expected, a gigantic hand tears apart the sky and heads toward him. Wang Wei awaits his enemy with a smile and endless fighting intent. Unfortunately, something out of his expectation happens. 2 unexpected people appear next to him. They are his parents. It was at this moment that Wang Wei realizes that this powerful being did not only want to annihilate him, but wishes to emotionally torture him. It wants Wang Wei to watch with despair as the people he cares about die in front of him, while he remains absolutely helpless. Wang Wei screams in anger towards heaven. His scream is so loud and powerful that it echoes throughout the entire world. He rushes toward the still descending powerful hand to stop it. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he expected. Wang Wei soon discovers that he is not powerful enough to stop the almighty hand, or should say the wrath of heaven, as Wang Wei believes that no person or cultivator could be so powerful. Despite his fleeting thoughts, Wang Wei's situation is not looking good right about now. Despite the fact that he did not immediately disintegrate like his first life, his attempt at stopping the hand did not yield any result. All his attacks were literally useless as they disappeared before even touching the hand. As for Wang Wei himself, he manages to create a barrier around him with all his cultivation level. However, this method is only a stopgap measure. With the passing of time, the barrier around Wang Wei begins to crack. However, Wang Wei still insists on fighting even to his last breath. However, anguish soon envelopes him. Wang Wei watches as his parents, who were still located on the ground, slowly float in the air in front of the big hand, Then they slowly disintegrate into sand-sized particles and fly away with the wind. Then Wang Wei screams aloud again, this time not out of anger, but absolute despair. This burst in emotions dramatically increased his power. His barrier that was full of crack and on the verge of being destroyed slowly starts to heal and become stronger. With great anger and this powerful barrier, Wang Wei rushes straight toward the big hand and has a direct confrontation with it. Unlike last time, Wang Wei was not directly defeated or blasted off. Instead, he had a direct clash with the big hand. For a brief moment, Wang Wei had a standoff with the wrath of heaven. He manages to stand his ground in the face of such powerful force. Although this confrontation only lasted a brief moment before Wang Wei had to experience the eternal silence known as death, this brief moment meant a great deal to him and had a significant impact. This brief moment of confrontation represents hope for Wang Wei. Hope that one day he will be able to defeat this formidable foe. Hope that one day he will not have to watch helplessly as his loved ones are killed. Although this hope or chance is actually quite minuscule, although Wang Wei will have to experience countless pain and suffering, although he will have to experience numerous death and resurrections, he did not mind. Because a slight hope is better than none at all. Unfortunately for Wang Wei, he did not know that this mode of thinking was actually the beginning of his endless despair. Chapter 31. The Final Trial. After his second attempt, Wang Wei took a few days to rest his spirit and think about how to go forward from now. When he designed the pagoda, he did not have any direct plan for the final trial. He only told the elders that the theme of the trial should be difficult and involve the theme of despair. As for the details and everything else, he did not participate in it. As the trial is used to help the participants, knowing everything is quite detrimental. After a few days of rest, Wang Wei once again enters the pagoda for the 9th trial. In his third attempt, Wang Wei follows the same path as he did in the 5th trial. He becomes a devil that cultivates the Tao of devour. By swallowing the blood, flesh, and soul of countless cultivators, Wang Wei's cultivation soon reaches a realm incomparable to his second attempt. As for his parents, he hides them in a place where space is chaotic and teleportation is impossible, then awaits his opponent in the same deserted mountain from the previous attempt. When the fateful moment once again arrives, an extremely large hand descends from the heaven toward Wang Wei. Compared to it, Wang Wei is no more than an ant that can be accidentally trampled on. However, this time, things didn't go as previously. The hand did not attack Wang Wei directly. Instead, it moved toward the place where his parents were located and hiding. Wang Wei became terrified when he noticed that. With rage and fury on his face, he turns into a 3,000 meters giant and flies toward the direction of the hand. As soon as he flies, countless sonic booms follow a few seconds afterward. The wind from the aftershock of Wang Wei's flying speed destroys anything and everything from his path. Houses made of different wooden materials collapse. The blowing wind cut many people into many pieces. And some unlucky people who were directly in the same path as the giant Wang Wei directly exploded with blood scattered everywhere. In the path of Wang Wei, all that were left are destruction and death. Many people die from the falling debris of the houses. Many different severed limbs could be found randomly distributed in the ground. Additionally, a blood path thousands of meters long could be observed from a high point of view. This path leads directly toward the direction of Wang Wei's parents. Wang Wei flies with utmost rage toward his parents. He did not expect that this big hand would actually play rogue and directly attack his parents. Unfortunately for him, no matter how fast he flies, no matter how many innocent casualties he causes, he did not reach his parents in time. The big hand directly annihilated them, then proceeded to deal with Wang Wei. When Wang Wei reached the big hand, he immediately had a direct confrontation with it. He uses all his magic power and with his powerful physical body, he throws a punch toward the big hand. With this powerful punch, the space around Wang Wei shatters. Cracks start to appear between heaven and earth. This punch contains Wang Wei's will for destruction and his endless anger. This single punch could destroy millions of lives. It could sink an entire continent as big as North America. It could offset the laws of gravitational pull. However, Despite how powerful this punch was, it had a very limited effect. Upon receiving the punch, the big hand trembles slightly and stops for a few seconds. Then it proceeds toward Wang Wei to continue his mission of annihilations. Wang Wei did not become discouraged because of the minimal effect of his punch. If one punch did not work, then 10 will, or 100 or 1,000 punches. Boom, boom, boom. Terrible sounds of trembling echoed throughout the world. All living beings could see a 3,000 meters giant constantly punching a gigantic hand. With each punch, a terrible sound of explosion could be heard, followed by the slight tremor of the ground. The entire world shook with each punch. At this moment, the sky is no longer the peaceful and ethereal blue, but full of cracks and violent energy that will destroy anyone who comes in contact with it. In the sky, sweat start to flow down Wang Wei's face. With the increasing number of punches, his stamina has started to decrease. Furthermore, the magic power in his body is about to run out, and yet, there is no sign of injury or even stopping from the big hand. Wang Wei immediately understands that he will probably not succeed in this trial, and the only thing that awaits him is death. Despite all of this, he did not give up. Every second he lives longer, he can still gather more information for the next attempt. Unfortunately, he did not last very long. The moment Wang Wei's stamina ran out, the power of the big hand dramatically increased and pats him. This time around, Wang Wei did not turn into tiny particles and scatter with the wind. This time, death becomes painful. When the big hand hit him, his skin burned, all the muscles in his body were cut into many pieces, and all his 206 bones were crushed into fine powder. His internal organs, including his brain, were liquefied into smoothie. Despite all of these, Wang Wei did not immediately die. His powerful body, or to be precise, what remains of it, allows him to still remain sober despite his severe injuries. Wang Wei looks at his mutilated body and groans. This kind of pain is nothing to him who had suffered the torture of the 18 level of hell. However, what follows provided him a great deal of pain. A splitting headache suddenly attacked him. He felt as if a part of him was suddenly torn apart. From his experience, he knows that this is the pain from directly attacking the soul. As he inspected his body, Wang Wei knew that this pain would last for a long while before putting him out of his misery. Wang Wei also guessed that this big hand probably did this on purpose to make him suffer as much as possible before killing him. Knowing this, Wang Wei refused to give the wrath of heaven the satisfaction of watching him squirmed in agony. This big hand would probably like it better if he begs for forgiveness and grovels at its feet. However, Wang Wei refuses to admit defeat. He uses the last bit of strength left on him to directly destroy his soul and commits suicide. Chapter 32. The Final Trial. In his third attempt, Wang Wei still believes that by having a powerful enough cultivation, he would become victorious against the wrath of heaven. As such, he travels throughout the whole world and learns all the cultivation scriptures and techniques that he could. Then, he creates a supreme scripture that allows him to reach an unimaginable height in cultivation level. As for his parents, he did not hide them or try to protect them like last time. Instead, he allows them to go on the path of cultivation themselves. He creates a cultivation technique that provides them with heaven-defying defense and healing abilities. As long as they have a single breath left, as long as a single drop of blood is left, they can heal and rejuvenate both their bodies and soul. They were almost immortal and unkillable. This technique was indeed quite terrible and heaven-defying. The only reason that Wang Wei can so easily create it is due to the fact that the pagoda trial is an illusory world where anything is possible. However, despite his best effort, some things are inevitable, they are destined to happen. Wang Wei still fails to stop the gigantic hand or the wrath of heaven. Although in this round he still lasted a little longer than previous ones, the gigantic hand still kills him and his family. His developed, unkillable cultivation technique only prolonged the inevitable demise of his parents and further added to their suffering before their death. However, Wang Wei did not regret his choice. The wrath of heaven was determined to involve his parents in their fight, and unfortunately, there is nothing he could do to stop it. However, his will and determination did not waver for even a second. As long as he has a single breath, he will continue to fight it. This determination soon became the despair of our young protagonist. The cycle of the seasons from autumn to summer is manifestation of samsara, as it indicates that all living beings live life in an endless cycle of suffering from one reincarnation to another, without being able to escape. It is also a manifestation of the passing of time, the bringer of wisdom to all life through age, suffering, and repeating mistakes. As such, 2 years passed by, and Wang Wei was still stuck in the 9th pagoda trial. Throughout the past 2 years, Wang Wei had many attempts at the pagoda 999 to be exact. All of them ended in failures. He had to watch his family and loved one die one by one more than 9,000 times. And he himself had to experience such a number of deaths. Death was not a particularly enjoyable experience. In this trial, there is no such thing as reincarnation. As such, death is the end, the finale. There is no afterlife, no kingdom of God, no punishment from hell, only an eternal silence and absolute darkness. In this silent darkness, the only functioning thing is the mind, left wondering about everything and nothing. There is no concept of time and space. There is no matter to interact with, no living being to converse with. Only your mind, thoughts, and memories are left. All the ideas and thoughts you ever had during your life, no matter how good or evil. You can precisely inspect each of them to the last detail. In this bleak scenario, a person starts to explore and judge themselves. Their concept of morality, are they good or evil based on their own thoughts, not action? The way people view them, the impact that they think they have on others, their socio-political views, etc. Additionally, the people they have interacted with throughout their lives or the people they actually care about can only exist only in memories. The only good thing about this silent darkness is the fact that it provides its residents with perfect memories. They can see or review anything from the moment of their birth. All the people they are longing to see exist forever in their memories and can see them as long as they desire. Of course, such a thing can also be interpreted as an everlasting curse. When a person comes to the realization that the people that they are longing for and loved most in the world are nothing but lingering memories, it is easy for them to break down emotionally and spiritually. In simple terms, death is not a fond place. And experiencing more than 1,000 times over could drive the strongest of man to madness. However, Wang Wei still did it, and voluntarily. He did not flinch for even a moment. For his conviction, for his Dao heart, for his path of emperor, he kept moving forward. And that is exactly what Wang Wei did the past 2 years. He tried many different approaches and attempts, all of which resulted in failure and death. In his 10th attempt, Wang Wei no longer relied simply on his powerful cultivation to fight the wrath of heaven. He learned that the power of groups can be more effective than the single individual. As such, he went on a path of conquest of the whole world. After his conquest, he rallied all the cultivators of the world and created a massive formation that envelopes the entire world. Then all the cultivators will inject their cultivation powers at certain nodes to fight the wrath of heaven. Although he was still unsuccessful, he learned from this attempt for his next several ones. As such, he created a powerful weapon with the help of all the refiners in the world, then a powerful talisman in his next attempt, then a powerful pill. On his 50th attempt, Wang Wei became an emperor with a massive kingdom that conquered the entire world. Then, he gathered the luck of all living beings and blessed himself to fight the wrath of heaven. He still failed and died miserable with all the people of his empire. On the 100th attempt, Wang Wei proclaimed himself as a supreme god and spread his benevolence throughout the world. He once again conquered the world and gathered the faith and incense of all living beings. He turned the mortal world into his kingdom of God, where he turned all his most devout believers into light messengers or archangels. Gathering the power of the whole kingdoms, he went on an expedition against the gigantic hand. In the end, he still failed and his god kingdom was destroyed. All his believers perished, but they still did so with a smile on their face as they embraced death with their beloved god. Despite his 100 attempts and 100 deaths, Wang Wei's will and fighting intent did not diminish for even a second. The fight must continue on. Chapter 33. The Final Trial. On his 250th attempt, a burst of madness enveloped Wang Wei. In order to win against the wrath of heaven, he set up a massive formation that surrounded the whole world, then used the world as a massive bomb against the gigantic hand. Afterward, only Wang Wei and his parents remained intact and alive, floating in the endless void of the universe. However, this fact did not remain true for long. The world bomb did not stop the gigantic hand, heck, it did not even hurt. Soon afterward, the wrath of heaven killed Wang Wei and his family. In his 587th attempt, Wang Wei once again established a supreme religion that engulfed the entire world. However, the god that the people worshipped was not him, but the supreme gigantic hand. In this attempt, Wang Wei placed himself in the role of servant and lauded the might and glory of the wrath of heaven. In desperation, Wang Wei had no choice but to humble himself in front of the big hand and see if he could spare him, or at least spare his family. Unfortunately for him, his louche or shady action did not bring him the desired effect. The wrath of heaven still squashed him and his family into meat paste. Following this failure, Wang Wei became angry out of shame and fought more fiercely than ever against the big hand. On his 1200th attempt, he used the blood, flesh, and soul of all the people in the world to cast a powerful curse on the gigantic hand. This attempt did provide him with some success. The powerful curse managed to dramatically weaken the wrath of heaven, which in turn allowed Wang Wei to put on a slightly decent fight. However, the result was still the same: death and destruction. In the 2729th attempt, Wang Wei tried another drastic attempt. When the wrath of heaven came to him, he did not fight head-on. Instead, he kept dodging its attack. Their fight continued throughout the world, which resulted in the destruction of the world and extinction of all life. This was of course Wang Wei's plan. After the wrath of heaven destroyed the world and the people living in it, Wang Wei used a Tao of Karma technique to initiate a karmic backlash against the gigantic hand. With the cause and effect of destroying the world, the grievances of billions of lives severely weakened the gigantic hand even more than the previous curse. Unfortunately, he still failed and died. In his 5000th attempt, a deep despair overwhelmed Wang Wei when he realized that in all of his fights, he never managed to wound his opponent. He weakened it on many occasions. He fought with it to a standstill countless times for a long duration of time. However, he never managed to properly wound it. Wang Wei never saw the gigantic hand bleed even once. With such lingering thoughts, Wang Wei considered stopping the trial. At this period of time, he was the only person who kept on persisting. Both the first contemporary sacred son and Li Jun had stopped after more than 2,000 attempts, only he kept on going. At this point of time, Wang Wei realized that there might be no way to actually win this fight. The design of this trial is the despair of having an undefeatable enemy. The point that the elders were trying to teach them is to always insist and keep on fighting to the last breath. And during the process, temper the will and the heart as much as possible. So Wang Wei asked himself, was his will and heart tempered during this trial? The answer is of course yes. During the past 5,000 attempts, he had experienced countless suffering and deaths. Furthermore, he had learned a great deal of things and experienced many wonders of the world. Although this trial is a fantasy world and many of the things he did were actually not feasible in the real world, many of his experiences and knowledge that he acquired were actually quite real and useful. Especially those scriptures scattered all over the illusory world. In fact, the training of aristocratic families like him is actually quite rigid and severe. Do not look at novels in his previous life and see a bunch of young masters who are either unskilled or unlearned, yet they are the heir of their family with powerful cultivation. In fact, this is impossible, or at least in this world, it is impossible. Children like Wang Wei and Li Jun, or even the branch family, have to learn a great deal of things at a young age. They have to learn proper etiquette, mannerism, speech, literature, poetry, calligraphy, and go. Additionally, they have to learn all kinds of sculptures that contain the laws and truth of heaven and earth, of the vast universe. These scriptures were the accumulation of countless sages and powerful cultivators throughout the inception of the Dao opening sect. In fact, many of the scriptures were written by the great emperors of the sect, as a way to enrich the foundation of the later generation. These children could not understand the majority of the content of these scriptures. Even Wang Wei could not fully understand some of them despite his heaven-defying understanding that his powerful soul provided him with. However, even if they could not understand them, they still have to memorize them. The same fact goes to the disciples of the sections. Although their training was not as strict as the family children unless they were the direct disciples of some powerful elders, they still had to read those boring scriptures. The reason for this is a form of enlightening of the Tao, a way to form a solid foundation for future cultivation. Many times some cultivators would suddenly become enlightening while doing mundane things or during a fight, which dramatically increase their cultivation levels or break through bottlenecks. The reason for that is due to the scriptures that they have studied at a young age. They may not understand these words of wisdom when they were young, but once the occasion arrives, the true meaning of these scripture will become clear to them and be the foundation of their enlightenment and understanding the laws of heaven and earth, thus furthering their path of cultivation. This is one of the main reasons that heaven-chosen from powerful sects and families dominate the myriad emperor world. It's not just because they have better talents and more powerful cultivation techniques. These scriptures are the foundation that these families and sects have gathered for millions of years. In this world, there have been countless casual or loose cultivating geniuses, and many have even proven the Tao and proclaimed themselves great emperor. These people who have not formed families and sect have also left their legacy scattered all over the world. As long as someone is predestined, they could acquire these techniques that are not inferior to the heaven-chosens of the sects and families. However, not all of the lucky people could rise and make a name for themselves. The reason for that is not just the fact they did not have the same amount of resources from these powerful sects, but because they lack a certain background and foundation. Even if someone acquired a peerless cultivation sutra, if that person could not truly understand it, then it serves no actual purpose. At the very least, it could not bring to tuition its full potential. As such, the pagoda trial is more than a tool for polishing Tao heart, but a way to secretly train the knowledge and experience of these disciples. Although the cultivation techniques and realm in the pagoda are not real, the disciples can use them as reference when creating their own techniques if they have such talent. At the 5,000th attempt, Wang Wei came to the conclusion that he had learned a great deal of knowledge and experience, and his Tao heart has been greatly tempered. However, he kept asking himself, as he reached his limits. Chapter 34, The Final Trial, Despair Part 5, re-edit. Wang Wei's dilemma on the 5,000th attempt lasted a while. He kept asking himself whether he had truly reached his limits and should have stopped. After agonizing with this question, for a while, he decided to stop. After all, he had truly tempered himself and he also had the best record of all the disciples of the sect. He had nothing more to prove to anyone else. Just when Wang Wei was about to turn his thought into action, his mysterious intuition kicked in and warned that if he quit now, he might regret it later down the line during his later years of life. Wang Wei had always trusted his intuition as it had helped and saved him countless times, even when he first reincarnated. After making his choice, Wang Wei once again entered the pagoda for his 5,000th attempts. This time, he chose a different way that he had never tried before: beg for mercy. Although this kind of thing does not fit his character and his pride, but for his family, for his further tempering, humbling himself is not unacceptable. In the previous trial, he had learned when to bow to circumstances. Additionally, begging is not inconsistent with Wang Wei's way of free and unfettered. As a person who pursues absolute freedom, he can do whatever he desires. If he wants to be a supreme being that all beings bow down to, he will. If one day he decides that the whole world is filthy and very disgusting to look at, he will cleanse it according to his standard, or he will gouge out his eyes and turn blind to it. If one day he suddenly wants to be a beggar or slave, he will be the humblest beggar and the lowliest slave. All things are according to his wish. After entering the pagoda for his new attempt, He went and lived in the deserted mountain where he always had his destined confrontation with the wrath of heaven. There, he built a simple wooden cottage, then had a cultivator create an artificial river and a forest full of all kinds of animals and plants. Wang Wei lived a simple life every day. He woke up early every day, ate breakfast from hunting animals and plants in the forest, and drank water from the river. Afterward, he would enter an empty room in the cottage, kneel down and kowtow to the wrath of heaven asking for his forgiveness. This act of kneeling and begging would go on for 18 hours a day. Then, Wang Wei would go to bed, and repeat the same routine the next day. This process lasted for decades. Every day, he would kneel and beg for mercy for 18 hours, without missing a single day. Whether it was snowing or raining, he would still keep on going. Even if he was riddled with diseases and feebleness, he would continue on this practice, for 18 hours, no more or less. As time passed and Wang Wei continued his ascetic-like life, his body became thin due to malnourishment. Although he ate every day, he had only had enough food to barely sustain him for the next day. Additionally, there were countless calluses on his knees due to the constant kneeling. In fact, his bones have in fact become somewhat deformed over the years. However, despite all these hardships, Wang Wei never stopped, not even for a single day. For Wang Wei, this excruciating process was not just a way to pass the trial, but a journey of penance and self-discovery. Wang Wei believed that only in the most painful times of someone's life that they can see themselves and discover what kind of person they are. Time soon passed and the day of the fateful encounter soon arrived. The mighty hand of heaven descended toward Wang Wei as scheduled and proceeded to completely annihilate him. However, something different happened this time. One of which is the fact that the gigantic hand did not kill Wang Wei's parents this time, only him. The second thing was the fact that the wrath of heaven actually communicated with him this time. Before destroying Wang Wei, a powerful and mighty voice echoes throughout the world directed toward him and shouted, "Ant, are you worthy?" Then Wang Wei was killed and exited the pagoda. After his exit, Wang Wei did not become angry that all his decades of action were actually in vain. This was a choice that he personally made, and he had to live with the consequences. No one owed him anything, especially the wrath of heaven. Just because he put in all the work does not necessarily mean he will be rewarded. Life is unfair, and fate is the greatest impediment of life. Furthermore, he benefited a great deal throughout this trial. During his decades-long ascetic life, his state of mind had greatly sublimated. He had learned a great deal of things about himself. Although some of the things he realized about his nature were quite unpleasant, he had to live with the fact or try to change. Instead of agonizing over his failed plan, Wang Wei was thinking about the word of the wrath of heaven. Is he worthy? He has been fighting with it for countless times, but never once has he proven that he was a worthy opponent of it. At best, Wang Wei could be seen as a great nuisance. A worthy opponent? Never. After thinking about this, Wang Wei's eyes immediately light up. Now, he had finally found a real goal to accomplish in this trial. Even if he could not win the wrath of heaven, he will become a somewhat worthy opponent. After making up his mind, Wang Wei took a few days off to contemplate his next set of action. After pondering for a while, he soon discovered that he had used all the methods he could think of. The other methods he had left were simply slight deviations of the same idea. Whether to use the luck of all beings as emperor or becoming the god of beings with faith, they are essentially the same method with different forms of execution. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Although Wang Wei came to this sudden realization, he did not stop fighting. As long as he continued to fight, he would find a way forward. As long as the methods he uses from now are even a little better than previous ones, he will continue to fight. On his 6546th, Wang Wei tried to hide from the wrath of heaven. He cut off all his karma, erased memories of himself from all the people that knew him or have ever seen him, including his parents. He removed all traces from his existence in the world. He even erased his presence or record of birth from the wheel of reincarnation. He even erased himself from the river of time. Technically, Wang Wei was never even born in this world. The last trace of his existence, that is his fate, was transferred to someone else. Wang Wei became a non-existent ghost of heaven and earth. It was as if he never appeared in this world. After doing all of this, he entered the endless void and left the whole world. On the fateful day, the wrath of heaven descended on the world. However, he could not find his little prey. In a burst of anger, it completely destroyed the whole world. After not finding his target, the gigantic hand became furious and destroyed the entire universe that Wang Wei was in. It was at this moment that Wang Wei truly realized the vast and mighty power of the wrath of heaven. All of his previous fights were probably child play. However, despite all of this, Wang Wei was not discouraged. The fight must continue on. On the 79-23th attempt, Wang Wei tried a different approach. He conquered the whole world as an emperor. Then, he enforced laws that encouraged the people to give birth to people at all cost. He provided all kinds of rewards for families to give birth to more children. The more people a family has, the greater the status and wealth they have. In his madness, women throughout the world literally became birth machines, and men became stallions whose sole purpose was to impregnate women. In just a couple decades, the world's population increased from a few billions to a few trillions. Then he encircles the whole world with a powerful formation that takes the soul power of all living beings and blesses it to his soul. During this fight with the wrath of heaven, Wang Wei did not fight him head-on, but on the soul level. Unfortunately, he still failed and died miserably with the world. How could a being of such proportional strength have a weak soul? A soul is probably a low-level thing for the wrath of heaven. Wang Wei's actions were doomed to fail from the beginning. On his 9789th attempt, Wang Wei tried to parasitize the wrath of heaven. He believed that if he could acquire a few percent of the hand's power, then he could have a prolonged fight with it and eventually be the last winner. This attempt was somewhat successful. Wang Wei created a cultivation technique that could parasitize a host, then take over their power. With this powerful Dao art, Wang Wei did acquire some of the powers of the wrath of heaven. However, before he could control said power, the gigantic hand triggered the imprint he had on its power and Wang Wei was backlashed and died. Today is a great and memorable day in the Dao opening sect. The young sect master is going to try his last attempt in the pagoda, the 10,000th attempt. Many disciples and elders of the sect gather together to witness this momentous event. Discussions of this event are ubiquitous. From the lowest of servants to the highest echelons of the sects, all are discussing this event. Wang Wei, who is now 11 years old, stands in front of the pagoda with a calm look. In the past 2 years, he had changed a lot. He has become a lot taller, more handsome, and more mature. The biggest changes are his eyes and temperament. The edge had on him before was gone, replaced by a soothing and ethereal calmness. His will and determination that were easily noticeable from his eyes are now gone, replaced by a profound vastness that could engulf anything and everything. After a brief pause of silence, under the eyes of countless disciples and elders, Wang Wei enters the pagoda for his last and final attempt. Chapter 34.1. Wang Wei's dilemma on the 5,000th attempt lasted a while. He kept asking himself whether he had truly reached his limits and should have stopped. After agonizing with this question, for a while, he decided to stop. After all, he had truly tempered himself and he also had the best record of all the disciples of the sect. He had nothing more to prove to anyone else. Just when Wang Wei was about to turn his thought into action, his mysterious intuition kicked in and warned that if he quit now, he might regret it later down the line during his later years of life. Wang Wei had always trusted his intuition as it had helped and saved him countless times, even when he first reincarnated. After making his choice, Wang Wei once again entered the pagoda for his 5,000th attempts. This time, he chose a different way that he had never tried before: beg for mercy. Although this kind of thing does not fit his character and his pride, but for his family, for his further tempering, humbling himself is not unacceptable. In the previous trial, he had learned when to bow to circumstances. Additionally, begging is not inconsistent with Wang Wei's way of free and unfettered. As a person who pursues absolute freedom, he can do whatever he desires. If he wants to be a supreme being that all beings bow down to, he will. If one day he decides that the whole world is filthy and very disgusting to look at, he will cleanse it according to his standard, or he will gouge out his eyes and turn blind to it. If one day he suddenly wants to be a beggar or slave, he will be the humblest beggar and the lowliest slave. All things are according to his wish. After entering the pagoda for his new attempt, he went and lived in the deserted mountain where he always had his destined confrontation with the wrath of heaven. There, he built a simple wooden cottage, then had a cultivator create an artificial river and a forest full of all kinds of animals and plants. Wang Wei lived a simple life every day. He woke up early every day, ate breakfast from hunting animals and plants in the forest, and drank water from the river. Afterward, he would enter an empty room in the cottage, kneel down and kowtow to the wrath of heaven asking for his forgiveness. This act of kneeling and begging would go on for 18 hours a day. Then, Wang Wei would go to bed, and repeat the same routine the next day. This process lasted for decades. Every day, he would kneel and beg for mercy for 18 hours, without missing a single day. Whether it was snowing or raining, he would still keep on going. Even if he was riddled with diseases and feebleness, he would continue on this practice, for 18 hours, no more or less. As time passed and Wang Wei continued his ascetic-like life, his body became thin due to malnourishment. Although he ate every day, he had only had enough food to barely sustain him for the next day. Additionally, there were countless calluses on his knees due to the constant kneeling. In fact, his bones have in fact become somewhat deformed over the years. However, despite all these hardships, Wang Wei never stopped, not even for a single day. For Wang Wei, this excruciating process was not just a way to pass the trial, but a journey of penance and self-discovery. Wang Wei believed that only in the most painful times of someone's life that they can see themselves and discover what kind of person they are. Time soon passed and the day of the fateful encounter soon arrived. The mighty hand of heaven descended toward Wang Wei as scheduled and proceeded to completely annihilate him. However, something different happened this time. One of which is the fact that the gigantic hand did not kill Wang Wei's parents this time, only him. The second thing was the fact that the wrath of heaven actually communicated with him this time. Before destroying Wang Wei, a powerful and mighty voice echoes throughout the world directed toward him and shouted, "Ant, are you worthy?" Then Wang Wei was killed and exited the pagoda. After his exit, Wang Wei did not become angry that all his decades of action were actually in vain. This was a choice that he personally made, and he had to live with the consequences. No one owed him anything, especially the wrath of heaven. Just because he put in all the work does not necessarily mean he will be rewarded. Life is unfair, and fate is the greatest impediment of life. Furthermore, he benefited a great deal throughout this trial. During his decades-long ascetic life, his state of mind had greatly sublimated. He had learned a great deal of things about himself. Although some of the things he realized about his nature were quite unpleasant, he had to live with the fact or try to change. Instead of agonizing over his failed plan, Wang Wei was thinking about the word of the wrath of heaven. Is he worthy? He has been fighting with it for countless times, but never once has he proven that he was a worthy opponent of it. At best, Wang Wei could be seen as a great nuisance. A worthy opponent? Never. After thinking about this, Wang Wei's eyes immediately light up. Now, he had finally found a real goal to accomplish in this trial. Even if he could not win the wrath of heaven, he will become a somewhat worthy opponent. After making up his mind, Wang Wei took a few days off to contemplate his next set of action. After pondering for a while, he soon discovered that he had used all the methods he could think of. The other methods he had left were simply slight deviations of the same idea. Whether to use the luck of all beings as emperor or becoming the god of beings with faith, they are essentially the same method with different forms of execution. Although Wang Wei came to this sudden realization, he did not stop fighting. As long as he continued to fight, he would find a way forward. As long as the methods he uses from now are even a little better than previous ones, he will continue to fight. On his 6546th, Wang Wei tried to hide from the wrath of heaven. He cut off all his karma, erased memories of himself from all the people that knew him or have ever seen him, including his parents. He removed all traces from his existence in the world. He even erased his presence or record of birth from the wheel of reincarnation. He even erased himself from the river of time. Technically, Wang Wei was never even born in this world. The last trace of his existence, that is his fate, was transferred to someone else. Wang Wei became a non-existent ghost of heaven and earth. It was as if he never appeared in this world. After doing all of this, he entered the endless void and left the whole world. On the fateful day, the wrath of heaven descended on the world. However, he could not find his little prey. In a burst of anger, it completely destroyed the whole world. After not finding his target, the gigantic hand became furious and destroyed the entire universe that Wang Wei was in. It was at this moment that Wang Wei truly realized the vast and mighty power of the wrath of heaven. All of his previous fights were probably child play. However, despite all of this, Wang Wei was not discouraged. The fight must continue on. On the 79-23th attempt, Wang Wei tried a different approach. He conquered the whole world as an emperor. Then, he enforced laws that encouraged the people to give birth to people at all cost. He provided all kinds of rewards for families to give birth to more children. The more people a family has, the greater the status and wealth they have. In his madness, women throughout the world literally became birth machines, and men became stallions whose sole purpose was to impregnate women. In just a couple decades, the world's population increased from a few billions to a few trillions. Then he encircles the whole world with a powerful formation that takes the soul power of all living beings and blesses it to his soul. During this fight with the wrath of heaven, Wang Wei did not fight him head-on, but on the soul level. Unfortunately, he still failed and died miserably with the world. How could a being of such proportional strength have a weak soul? A soul is probably a low-level thing for the wrath of heaven. Wang Wei's actions were doomed to fail from the beginning. On his 9789th attempt, Wang Wei tried to parasitize the wrath of heaven. He believed that if he could acquire a few % of the hand's power, then he could have a prolonged fight with it and eventually be the last winner. This attempt was somewhat successful. Wang Wei created a cultivation technique that could parasitize a host, then take over their power. With this powerful Dao art, Wang Wei did acquire some of the powers of the wrath of heaven. However, before he could control said power, the gigantic hand triggered the imprint he had on its power and Wang Wei was backlashed and died. Today is a great and memorable day in the Dao opening sect. The young sect master is going to try his last attempt in the pagoda, the 10,000th attempt. Many disciples and elders of the sect gather together to witness this momentous event. Discussions of this event are ubiquitous. From the lowest of servants to the highest echelons of the sects, all are discussing this event. Wang Wei, who is now 11 years old, stands in front of the pagoda with a calm look. In the past 2 years, he had changed a lot. He has become a lot taller, more handsome, and more mature. The biggest changes are his eyes and temperament. The edge had on him before was gone, replaced by a soothing and ethereal calmness. His will and determination that were easily noticeable from his eyes are now gone, replaced by a profound vastness that could engulf anything and everything. After a brief pause of silence, under the eyes of countless disciples and elders, Wang Wei enters the pagoda for his last and final attempt. Chapter 35. Outside the pagoda, after Wang Wei enters the pagoda, all the disciples and elders stand in front of the visual formation watching. In the clouds, the sect master Wang Tian and all the great elders and elders float in the void watching the trial while discussing the past 2 years. The great elder of the formation hall says, "I cannot believe the amount of changes that have taken place in the sect during the past 2 years. This polishing Dao Heart Pagoda is a truly marveled idea." Yes, all the disciples have truly matured and they all have made great progress in the cultivation levels, responds great elder Li Jiang with a truly joyous smile. The great elder Long Bo scoffs at him and replies with annoyance, "You are only saying that because of the performance of your son." Upon hearing great elder Long Bo's words, the other elders sigh. The past 2 years have brought a great deal of shock to all of them. Among all of the disciples of the sect, The person with the best performance beside Wang Wei is undoubtedly Li Jun, the son of great elder Li Jiang. Even the #1 contemporary sacred son, Han Li, did not have a better record than Li Jun. You should know that Han Li has the number 12 physique, the heavenly thunder body, and has been cultivating for countless years. As for Li Jun, he is nothing but the most common genius in the Dao opening sect or even the entire myriad emperor world during this generation. On top of that, he is still a mortal who has not started cultivating yet. Despite all of these facts, his performance can still outshine Han Li. Many people might ask, what about Wang Wei? But the elders will never list him in the category of normal person. The young sect master is a person born with wisdom, a person with that is blessed by heaven. This fact was proven when vision occurred upon his birth. Throughout this generation, only a few people are born with vision. Many people believe that these people will be one of the major contestants for the heaven will. Great elder Li Jiang, still with a smile on his face, answers back, Long Bo, you do not have to be jealous of this seat, son. Your direct disciple, Han Li, did his best in the trial. After all, having the third best record is still something to brag about. Upon hearing these words, Great Elder Long Bo's face becomes furious and he stares menacingly at Great Elder Li Jiang. Seeing that both of them were about to argue, Great Elder Yan Mei tries to turn the conversation to something else and says, it is not just the disciples who have greatly benefited from the pagoda. All of us have made rapid progress in our cultivation after passing the 9 trials. Indeed, as Great Elder Yan Mei has said, the majority of them have benefited a lot from the pagoda. With the tempering of their Dao heart, the chances of breaking through the next realm have either substantially increased and the amount of time needed have decreased. The majority of them are in the Saint realm. As such, each breakthrough in a small realm is a great increase in power and also takes a lot of time. However, the greatest benefit of this pagoda is not the small breakthrough in the Saint realm, but providing the elders the state of mind needed to break through the Supreme realm. One of the most necessary things to break through the Supreme realm is having a state of mind that is in line with heaven and earth, in line with nature, in line with the great Dao. Although most cultivators are powerful, they have spent most of their lives either fighting or in retreat. Although cultivators can learn and use the laws of heaven and earth, however, they do not have the mindset on how to properly control these laws, or they do not even understand the difference between the law and the Dao. In order to step into the Supreme realm, such a mindset is necessary. As such, most cultivators will enter mortal dust to refine their mindset. And what is mortal dust? Just like the name suggests, cultivators will seal their cultivation and live the life of mortals and experience the dust, filth, and vicissitudes of mortals. Mortal life is a brief and short 100 years. However, because of its briefness, one person can experience and learn a great deal of things in this short span of time. In order for cultivators to truly experience mortal dust, they have to truly enter the roles of mortal. They have to set their mindset to that of a short-lived creature. Many cultivators have to experience many cycles of 100 years before they can get into the roleplay of mortal life. Some extreme cultivators have even sealed their memories as a way to get into the mindset of mortals and learn enough about the world to step into the Supreme realm. The elders who have entered the pagoda have tempered their mindset throughout the 9 pagoda trials, as many of the trials required them to be nothing but mortals. Some trials have even sealed their memories and provided them with a new different identities, which in fact is similar to the way cultivators experience mortal dust. As such, when it is their turn to experience mortal dust, they have a great advantage ahead of many people. Just such pagoda have increased their chance to step into the Supreme realm by at least 5%, which is a high number given the fact that the Supreme realm is the highest cultivation level that a person can step to on their own. Back to the pagoda. After entering the pagoda, Wang Wei did not do anything outrageous or daring in order to fight the wrath of heaven. In fact, he did not do anything extraordinary at all. He spends all of his life with his family and loved ones. He did not cultivate, conquer the world, or create some grandiose and elaborate plan. He lives all of this attempt as a normal person blessed with wealth, health, and a loving family. Many of the people watching outside became confused, but they did not stop watching. They know that things will never be as simple as seen, and they are right. When the fateful encounter arrived, Wang Wei set out to the place he always had his fight with the wrath of heaven. This place is where everything begins, and it is also the place where everything should end. Wang Wei stands on top of the mountain with a calm face, waiting for his predestined foe to arrive. He did not have to wait long. Soon, a gigantic hand descended from heaven heading toward Wang Wei to squash him. Things proceed as they always did, with Wang Wei's utmost defeat and death. However, the process did not go as easy as the wrath of heaven anticipated. When the gigantic hand reached Wang Wei, he did not fight or struggle despairingly. Instead, he looked straight at the gigantic hand. A supreme and indomitable will flows out of Wang Wei's weak mortal body. The will resisted the mighty power of the wrath of heaven for a whole 10 minutes. In those 10 minutes, the gigantic hand manages to destroy the whole world and all of its billions of lives, then proceeds to destroy the entire universe just like he did previously. However, he still could not kill Wang Wei, he could not even slightly injure him. Despite the destruction of the world, despite the annihilation of the universe, despite being a mortal floating in the endless chaos, Wang Wei still looks at the gigantic hand with a calm look on his face for a whole 10 minutes. His look conveys his will that no matter how powerful the wrath of heaven is, no matter what heaven-defying action he takes, in these 10 minutes, his will is supreme. As long as his will is strong and firm enough, in all heaven and earth, he is almighty, he is transcendent. No one can kill him. Even if he was an actual ant right now, the gods, Buddhas, and immortals could do no harm to him. Not even the power of heaven could kill him right now. Chapter 36. During the 10 minutes fight against the wrath of heaven, Wang Wei did suffer some injuries, but it was not due to the power of the gigantic hand. It was due to himself actually. 5 minutes into the fight, Wang Wei's body suddenly collapsed and disappeared, followed by the annihilation of his soul. However, he was still not dead yet. An illusory figure that looked exactly like Wang Wei appeared in the place where his body used to be. This illusory figure was not his soul, but a physical manifestation of his will. It turned out that Wang Wei's mortal body was too weak to bear his supreme and powerful will. As such, it was destroyed. However, his will still maintained a fight against the wrath of heaven. In fact, Wang Wei believed that even if he had cultivated to the highest cultivating realm possible, his body probably would not be able to support such will and determination. Back to the fight, during the confrontation with the wrath of heaven, a roar of anger echoes throughout the infinite chaos. The wrath of heaven was enraged at the fact that the ant that he should be able to squash at will managed to resist his might to such a degree. This was a great insult. As such, the gigantic hand decided to increase its power. With a wave of its hand, all the 3,000 Dao that make up heaven and earth were completely obliterated, the infinite chaos was shattered and the illusory world returned to its origin of nothingness. However, despite all of these, Wang Wei's will still remained intact. It remained indestructible and unbreakable. Meanwhile, outside of the pagoda, when the wrath of heaven used such a powerful method, a great change occurred. The pagoda started to tremble and shake wildly. Suddenly, the atmosphere of the entire Dao opening sect changed. A mysterious feeling enveloped the entire sect. Everything suddenly became bleak and somber. The upper echelons of the Dao opening sect were able to feel the atmosphere more seriously than the disciples. They suddenly felt that the confrontation between Wang Wei and the gigantic hand was more than a mere trial. They felt as if this confrontation involved the fate of all the people in the world. Although this mysterious feeling only lasted a few minutes and then disappeared, the upper echelons of the sect knew that their feelings were not wrong. They instinctively knew that something beyond their comprehension must have happened. They took notes of this change and planned to review the sect's record to see if they can find any precedent or information. In the 10th minute of Wang Wei's fight against the gigantic hand, right before he exited the pagoda, something unexpected happened again. A drop of blood suddenly dropped from the gigantic hand and fell into the nothingness of the universe. In the palm of the wrath of heaven, there was a slight opening, a slight wound in which a drop of blood flew out. The wrath of heaven was injured. For the first time in 10,000 battles, the gigantic hand suffered from an injury and actually bled. This was truly a miracle. Everyone watching this scene outside of the pagoda were shocked, even the elders. No one has managed to ever wound the gigantic hand, not even the great elders and sect master. In fact, the people most shocked were actually the great elders of the formation hall and refining hall. As they participated in the refining of the pagoda, they both knew that the setting of the 9th pagoda trial was designed as an almighty and powerful supreme being that brought absolute despair to the testers. According to the setting, it is impossible to wound the wrath of heaven. What the young sect master did was like someone finding a bug in real life. Life can be considered the most perfect program. It is smooth, absolute, and perfect. How can there be a bug in life just like in games? However, that is exactly what Wang Wei did. He found, or should say created a bug in a perfect and absolute program. This is, in essence, a true miracle. Meanwhile, inside the pagoda, Wang Wei watched the blood of the wrath of heaven drop down and fall into emptiness. He smiles happily and mutters to himself and to the gigantic hand, "Now I am more than worthy." Soon afterward, Wang Wei's will disappears and he exits the pagoda. After his exit, Wang Wei ponders the state he experienced in the pagoda. He tries to do it again, however he fails. This is not a surprise. After all, this is the real world, not the pagoda. However, Wang Wei knows that a seed has been planted. When the right circumstances arrive, he knows that he has the foundation to reach such a state again. All he has to do is wait for the right time and place. While Wang Wei was pondering his experience in the 9th trial, a huge shadow suddenly appeared behind him. The shadow, who looks exactly like a grown-up Wang Wei, sits on a throne with countless beings bowing to him. This is the shadow representing the young emperor. Unlike last time, the full figure of the shadow became transparent and a throne was added. When the shadow appears, an overbearing aura surrounds the whole Dao opening sect. All the disciples except for the contemporary sacred son kneel down and were forced to bow to Wang Wei. In fact, both the contemporary sacred son and the elders felt a very spiritual pressure forcing them to bow their head. Of course, due to the vast difference of cultivation level, they could ignore the pressure. However, imagine if they had to fight while resisting this pressure. This would be quite the difficult fight. Unfortunately, the shadow did not fully manifest. After Wang Wei finishes his pondering, the shadow disappears like an illusion. Upon waking up, Wang Wei sees a bunch of disciples kneeling and bowing to him and he becomes shocked. Immediately, he thought of something and said, "You can all stand up." After hearing his words, all the disciples stood up and looked at Wang Wei with awe and reverence, and a little bit of fear. Upon seeing the change of emotions of the sect's disciples, Wang Wei knew that his prestige in the sect would reach a high time from now on. No one can shake his status from now on. Although he will still have to deal with some temptations in the future, as long as he deals with them in a timely manner, everything will be fine. Wang Wei then makes a gesture toward his head maid, who then holds him and flies toward the Wang family mansion. Wang Wei knows that the first step of his rise in the path of the emperor has been taken. All he needs to do is to slowly walk the path he laid out and prepares for the future. As long as he prepares as much as possible, then no matter the outcome, he can accept it and calmly says that he had tried his best. Chapter 37. The impact of Wang Wei's 9th trial lasted for more than a month. Throughout the Dao opening sect, many disciples kept discussing the mighty prowess of their young sect master, and they all had a happy smile on their face as they looked forward to a better future. They all hoped that their sect could have a new great emperor. Meanwhile, in the Wang family mountain, Wang Wei has been pondering what he learned throughout all the 9 trials. After passing each trial, he became a better person, a more qualified cultivator. The trial that affected him the most has to be the 5th trial. In that trial, Wang Wei almost lost himself. In order to acquire power, he was willing to do absolutely anything. He had no bottom line whatsoever. He was even willing to kill his own mother. Although he woke up at the last minute, he still had a lingering fear when he thought about how close he came to losing himself to power and becoming its slave. During this trial, Wang Wei's greatest fear since coming to this world manifested. He truly feared that during his journey to the throne of emperor, the cultivating world would slowly change him and turn him into a greedy and heartless monster that lust for power. After all, despite all the changes that has happened to Wang Wei the past 10 years, his essence is still a modern man who lived in a society of law and order. He has not truly blended into this world yet. In fact, today he is going to take another step to modify his way of thinking and also to prepare for his future. After his self-meditation, he proceeds to call his head maid Wang Ju, who is in fact from one of the Wang family branch lines. After a rigid and rigorous training process with more than 1,000 candidates, she was chosen to serve Wang Wei. Wang Ju walks into the room, bows and salutes, "Young master. Did you get what I asked for?" Answers Wang Wei directly. "Yes, just like you asked for. 10 heinous criminals from the mortal world are locked in the basement. Each of them have committed horrendous crimes like rape, murder of children, and even cannibalisms." After hearing Wang Ju's words, Wang Wei nods in satisfaction and orders, "You can leave now." Wang Ju slightly bows to him and proceeds to leave without asking any question. One of her training as a head maid and information agent is to never ask the superior any question. Things that she should know will be told to her. Things that she should not know, she does not dare to ask. That's the motto of every properly trained maid. If one day she ever crosses any of these 2 rules, she knows what awaits her is only death. After seeing his head maid leave, Wang Wei was even more satisfied with her. The Wang family trained her properly, and Wang Ju is actually quite capable. After taking a few breaths to calm down, Wang Wei journeys toward the basement. Today, he is going to do something to prepare for his future. He is going to take another major step toward his future. Today, he is going to personally see blood. He is going to kill. Although Wang Wei has committed many acts of mass genocide during the pagoda trial, however, things are actually different in real life. In the trials, he could internalize his actions by telling himself that this world is in fact just a mere dream, a very realistic illusion. That his actions had no real consequences, that the people in the illusion were nothing but NPCs in a game. As such, he did not really feel anything when he killed someone. However, reality is different from the illusion world of the pagoda. This time, he is going to take an actual life. As a person born in modern society with normal ethical views, how could he easily kill someone and shrunk it like it was nothing? Wang Wei remembers reading about the protagonists from the novels in his past life. Every time they first kill someone, they act as if it was nothing. It was as if what they had just done is comparable to daily drinking of water. These protagonists usually defend themselves by saying that the world is the law of the jungle, big fish preys on little fish. Although they are indeed right, the world of cultivation is indeed brutal. However, these protagonists just got into the world and they could immediately change their mindset like that. To Wang Wei, most of these protagonists were actually already mentally unstable. The world did not change them, it just reveals their already insane or problematic mentality. The law and order of modern society are just shackles to these protagonists. However, Wang Wei is different. He was a normal human being with normal ethical views. Although he always has been a person of great determination, in many ways, he is still a normal person. Wang Wei continues to walk steadily toward the basement. Today, he must kill these prisoners. And it is not because of his moral views that evil must be eradicated. No, it was because his mentality needs to change. After spending so much time in this world, Wang Wei has realized that he is different from the children of this world. All the children of the same age as him have the mindset that killing is not morally wrong, but a way to display might and heroism. They grew up hearing tales of their father and ancestors fighting and slaughtering countless cultivators. And these parents instilled the idea that one day, they will do the same too. As a result of this, killing for these children is nothing at all. Wang Wei once watched a 5-year-old kill a servant for making a mistake. Although he tried to stop it, it was already too late. The servant was already dead by the time he arrived. It was at that moment that he realized how different his mindset was from everyone else. Unfortunately for him, in this world, his mindset is considered wrong and dangerous. As a person who hopes to one day walk the path of emperor, being compassionate is the last trait that he needs. The throne of emperor is one made of blood and bones of countless cultivators. Knowing all of these, Wang Wei has long prepared to slowly set his mindset in the right place instead of directly being thrown into a situation in which he has to face his flaws unprepared. Wang Wei slowly enters the basement. Inside lies 10 men wearing tattered linen cloth with iron chains biting both their hands and feet. A cloth is used to forcibly close their mouth and prevents them from speaking. Wang Wei slowly looks at each of them. From their facial expression, he could see the great fear and dread in their eyes. It was the fear of death approaching them, yet being totally powerless to prevent it. In fact, not all of them are actually afraid. From the subtle soul fluctuation that Wang Wei could perceive, a few of them were actually quite calm and a cunning gleam of light could be seen deep in their eyes. Wang Wei could tell that these criminals were actually trying to find a slight chance of survival. The fear that they have displayed on their face is nothing but a farce to disarm him, a way for them to try to get him to either have sympathy for them or lower his guard. Wang Wei ignores all of the looks that these prisoners were given him. He walks to a table in the room and picks up a long knife. Then, proceeds toward the first prisoner and stands in front of him. Wang Wei looks at the prisoner while his hand holding the saber tremors slightly. A great amount of dread suddenly overcomes him. He hesitates. This is a life that he was about to take. No matter how sinful said life was, it is still a life. What right does he have to take it away? If he does take their lives, would he be any better than them? While Wang Wei was dealing with this ethical and philosophical dilemma, the prisoners started to have hope. They hoped that this young master would have sympathy for them and let them spend the rest of their lives in prison. It took a total of 30 minutes for Wang Wei to make a decision. He looks at the first prisoner, with trembling hands, screams out loud and stabs him repeatedly. Wang Wei did not know how many times he stabbed the poor bastard. After the first stab, he had immediately lost consciousness. All he could rely on was instinct. When he woke up, his robe was full of blood. He sat on the floor with a dead body and 9 horrified prisoners. He started to think about what he has just done. Soon, the realization that had taken a life dawned on him. He asked himself, did he regret it? The answer is of course yes. It is true that these people are in fact quite wicked and deserve death. However, no matter what excuse he could come up with, a life is a life. Afterward, Wang Wei asked himself, if he was given the chance to redo it again, would he still make the same choice? The answer he came up with is still yes. He is a person destined to walk the path of the emperor. In the future, the amount of lives that will end on his own hand will be incalculable. What he had just done was just the first step in order to adapt. It is true that the act of killing someone is actually quite the horrible feeling. Unfortunately, he will have to get used to this feeling until he can completely ignore it or he becomes numb to it. After realizing all of this, Wang Wei had a feeling that something of great importance was taken away from, and he knew that he would never be able to take it back. Chapter 38. Soon after Wang Wei entered the basement, someone appeared in Tianwei Peak to report to Sect Master Wang Tian. Wang Tian, who was reviewing a bunch of documents from different jade talismans, suddenly asks to the empty void without even raising his head, "Shadow, what are you reporting to me today?" The shadow answers in his hoarse and indifferent voice. A few minutes ago, the young master entered the basement with a bunch of prisoners and he exited the basement with blood all over his clothes. After hearing the shadow's word, Wang Tian immediately understood what these words meant. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the Wang family mountain. His vision penetrated more than 1,000 miles of distance. It passed through countless formations and obstacles and saw his son. At this time, Wang Tian saw that his son's body was still full of blood and he was waiting for the maids to prepare a bath for him. Wang Tian could also see that the state of his son was not good right now. After finishing checking on Wang Wei, Sect Master Wang Tian sighed in relief. Actually, throughout the years, Wang Tian had noticed that his son was quite different from ordinary people. According to his years of observing and analyzing, he came to the conclusion that the core values of his son were completely different from all the people of the world. His son's core values involve the idea that order and restraint is necessary for the development of society, that all people are created equal. And more importantly, killing and slaughtering is morally wrong. When Wang Tian noticed these core values from his son, he was completely worried. In this world where cultivators rule and dictate everything, these values or ideas are not only worth nothing, but are quite dangerous. How can cultivators who have 100,000 years of lifespan, can destroy rivers, move mountains, and pick up the stars be equal to ordinary mortals? Furthermore, having such powerful strength, what cultivator would allow someone else to formulate laws that restrain them? As for the act of no killing, that's what worried Wang Tian the most. His son had long decided to walk the path of emperor. How can he not experience mountains of flesh and blood? Being decisive when killing is a fundamental requirement necessary for every great emperor. This is something that Wang Wei always lacked. Wang Tian believed that after experiencing the pagoda trial, this situation might change for the better. However, from the reaction of his son after his first kill, it seemed that his core values are deeply ingrained in him. However, now, sect master Wang Tian did not need to worry about his son. From Wang Wei's action, he realized that his son had noticed this problem and was proactive in solving it himself. As such, Wang Tian did not have to take action himself. After finishing his thought, Wang Tian motioned for the shadow to leave and continued reviewing the affairs of the sect. Soon, 7 days passed. During the past few days, Wang Wei had many nightmares that woke him up at night. In these nightmares, he would always see the face of the prisoners he had killed. They would hunt and torment him in every way possible. However, despite all of these, he always killed a few more prisoners the next day. No matter how bad his nightmares were, no matter how nauseous he was after each kill, he would continue to take a life at least once a day. Wang Wei knew that killing will become a common thing for him from now on. It is imperative that he learns how to get used to it. Today, Wang Wei was having dinner with his mother. He chatted with her while eating. However, Yu Yan could tell that her son was not paying attention. She had already learned about what happened with her son through her husband. Additionally, she also noticed the recurring nightmares he had in the past 7 days. When it comes to this matter, there were only a few things that she could help, and she was already ready to do her part. Yu Yan lightly shook her son and asked him, "Wire, are you listening to what I'm saying?" Wang Wei woke up from his daze and answered apologetically, "I'm sorry, mother, I was a little distracted." "What were you saying?" "I was talking about the story about how me and your father met and fell in love." "That's right. So what happened between the two of you?" Yu Yan coughed lightly and started telling the story again in a strange and magnetic voice. As she spoke, each of her words contained a slight, unknown fluctuation. "Me and your father were one of the brightest heaven-chosen of our era. We defeated countless so-called geniuses all over the myriad emperor world. Even me and him have fought numerous times." "Oh, how come you guys fought? And who was the winner?" asked Wang Wei intriguingly. Yu Yan answered, "As you know, I'm from the Yu aristocrat family. Our family only has one great emperor. As such, I was trained as the next heir of the family and fought for the heaven mandates of our generation. Because of this, me and your father fought a lot in our times." "As for who won and lost?" After saying this, Yu Yan stopped for a while with a little bit of shame on her face. Then, she continued, "Your father was truly an impressive heaven-chosen back then. His created Absolute Cut Sword Sutra was truly a magnificent technique with boundless prospect. I never beat him in a direct confrontation." Wang Wei immediately replied, "Direct confrontation? Does that mean you won against him using crooked methods?" Upon hearing, Yu Yan became angry out of shame and lightly slapped the back of Wang Wei's head and said, "What do you mean by crooked method? Boy, on the path of emperor, any victory accomplished by any means is still a victory." Upon hearing his mother's scolding, Wang Wei laughed wryly and decided not to argue with her. So, he immediately changed the subject and asked, "If you guys were enemies, how did you fall in love?" Once Yu Yan heard her son's question, she secretly smiled. Wang Wei himself did not notice the fact that during this conversation he was not once distracted or dozed off. He forgot the psychological torments that he had endured the past 7 days. The reason for that was that Yu Yan secretly used a hypnotic technique that distracted Wang Wei and focused entirely on her words. This technique is a simple application of the soul after entering the primordial spirit realm. Of course, cultivators in the supernatural and divine body realm can do it too, but it would not be so exquisite and subtle. Yu Yan continued her story. We fell in love while visiting one of the 6 forbidden land, the Blood Earth, located in the northern Black Tortoise continent. Mother, wait, I thought that the forbidden lands were a death place? Anyone who entered will die, even great emperors. Yu Yan slapped him again and said, don't interrupt me. The forbidden lands are indeed dangerous even for great emperors, but that is only the core area. Every once in a while, these forbidden lands would open and countless cultivators would swarm there to find their own opportunities. Me and your father were the same. Unfortunately, even the outer areas are full of dangers and few cultivators that entered could survive and make it out alive. I met your father there and we were besieged by a bunch of blood azuras. In order to get out there alive, we decided to cooperate. During countless fights, after saving each other's life many times, we developed a bond deeper than friendship and eventually fell in love. Wang Wei was a little fascinated by the love story of his parents. However, he did not think things were as simple as his mother stated. Both of them shouldered the hope and dreams of their family. How could they easily give up such things for love? After pondering this question, he directly asked his mother. Yu Yan, with a look of reminiscing on her face, responded, in order to prevent our family from intervening in our relationship, we made a heavenly Dao vow that we will do all of our best during the fight for heaven mandate, and no matter the outcome, it will not change or affect our love for one another. However, as you know, things didn't go the way we planned. Our generation was quite unlucky. Well, maybe it was for the best. Our family is happily together now and we still had the blessing of having you. After saying this, Yu Yan gently caressed the top of Wang Wei's head, which made him a little bit embarrassed. His mother always likes to caress the top of his head. While Wang Wei was distracted and trying to remove his mother's hand from his head, Yu Yan secretly crushed a pill into powder and put it in Wang Wei's milk on the table. Following this, she said, okay, there is no need to be embarrassed. I am your mother after all. I've changed your diaper countless times when you were a baby. Even if one day you become a great emperor, this fact will not change. Go, finish your meal and drink your milk. Wang Wei sighed helplessly and followed his mother's order. He ate and drank his milk. Well, for some reason, he found that the milk tasted different from before. He has been drinking this milk ever since he was 3 months old and was very accustomed to its taste. This milk is taken from a Saint Level 7 colored cow and has great effect on nourishing the body and establishing a solid foundation for cultivating. The 7-colored cow is a very docile demon race that have been domesticated by the Dao opening sect for millions of years to train their disciples. Of course, only a few people like Wang Wei can get access to the Saint-level cows. Wang Wei continued drinking his milk and came to the conclusion that maybe he thought too much about it. The milk still tasted very delicious, better than anything he had tasted in his previous life. Maybe one of the maids added new ingredients to it to enhance the taste. After thinking about this, he left the matter to the side. After finishing his meal, Wang Wei went back to his room and prepared to take a bath and rest. Soon after his bath, Wang Wei had one of the best sleep of his life. He had no nightmare, no dream, no thoughts, just a deep and peaceful slumber. Later that night, Wang Tian returned home after dealing with all the sex affairs. When he saw his wife, he immediately asked, "Did you do it? Did you give him the soothing heart pill?" Yu Yan looked at him, snorted, and angrily said, "Of course I did. Are you doubting my abilities?" Wang Tian was immediately perplexed. Where did his wife's hostility come from? He started thinking whether he did something wrong. Well, he could not think of something. The only thing that came to mind was Great Elder Yan Mei. However, ever since his son's birth, he had even started to stay away from her. The only time they met was during official sect meetings. Instead of figuring out what's the problem, he directly asked, "What is the problem? Why are you so angry?" Yu Yen answered grudgingly, "I just don't understand why we have to feed our son the heaven-grade soothing mind pill when the saint-grade enlightening pill would be much better. I'm telling you, Wang Tian, if your Dao opening sect cannot afford to treat Wire better, my Yu family will be more than happy to do it." Upon hearing his wife's word, sect master Wang Tian's corner of the mouth twitched slightly. Heaven-grade pills are used by void-shattering realm cultivators. Each one is beyond precious and could lead to countless people fighting and killing over a single one. Not to mention that the soothing Ming pill can help cultivators enter an empty state of mind to better understand and control the laws. The value of this pill is simply unimaginable. In fact, there is very little market for them as most factions in the world controlled the distribution of those pills to prevent casual cultivators from acquiring them. Now, this precious pill was used as a way to prevent a child from having nightmares, but his wife seemed dissatisfied and wanted to use a more valuable one. The enlightening pill has the same effect as the soothing Ming pill, but the intensity is countless times greater and as such, it is effective for Saint Realm cultivators. The preciousness of this pill can be imagined. In fact, Wang Tian used this pill to cultivate himself, as did many great elders and elders of the sect. How can it be used to treat a child's nightmare? Although the Dao opening sect does not lack this kind of pill with its foundation, it does not mean it can be as extravagant as this. After forcing himself to calm down, Wang Tian said in a gentle tone, "Wife, calm down. A saint-grade pill is too powerful for Wire to take. Instead of helping, it could do more harm instead." Yu Yen glanced at him and said, "You can say whatever you want, but you cannot hide the fact that you are being cheap with your son. Tonight, you do not need to sleep in our bedroom. You can meditate in your cultivating room." After saying this, Yu Yen left without even looking at him. Wang Tian watched his wife leaving with a wry smile on his face and thought to himself, "It seems that tonight I will not sleep. I will just go meditate." Soon afterward, Wang Tian left in the opposite direction. Chapter 39. After his wonderful rest last night, Wang Wei woke up full of vitality and spirit. He had no nightmare, no haunting dreams of the people he had killed. He just slept peacefully. After waking up, Wang Wei started to ponder about the past 7 days. He asked himself, why is killing so wrong? Why was such a strong aversion to killing deeply ingrained into himself? To Wang Wei, such a strong ethical concept of right and wrong was not in tune with his way of free and unfettered. How can someone who aspires to reach the highest state of absolute freedom be restrained by societal constraints or shackles such as not killing people? To Wang Wei, the idea of not killing was actually ingrained in him by modern society as a way to better control the masses. Throughout the history of Earth, the act of killing was actually quite the normal act. Whether it was our ancestor who did it as a way to survive the wild or even throughout the Celestial Dynasty's history, killing was a way for people to not only defend themselves, but to display their superior status. It was only during modern eras that killing was declared wrong. Then, the government used education and law to morally and spiritually restrain the people and made them believe that killing was wrong. As a person who aspired to be free and unfettered, Wang Wei should never be restrained. He should never have any shackles on him, especially on his mind, on his way of thinking. The only shackles he should have are the ones he willingly placed on himself. After figuring this out, Wang Wei suddenly heard something break from his mind, and he felt his thinking more visible and clear. He felt that his soul was sublimated and his thinking even more active than it was before. Many things he did not understand became more clear. The many fears and indecisive thoughts he had became apparent to him. He knew where these thoughts came from and could control them. In simple words, Wang Wei had a better understanding of himself and could better control his emotions and his mind. After his sublimation, all his fears and dread about killing were gone. He had become more decisive when doing things from now on. Wang Wei knew that from this moment on, he would never have any more nightmares. He had taken one more step closer to his goal of being free and unfettered. After lifting the shackle of his mind, Wang Wei immediately realized that his previous state was quite wrong. His reaction against killing was too strong. Although as a modern man, he would be averse to killing, the situation should not reach the point of having nightmares for 7 consecutive days. His adaptability should be quite strong, especially after experiencing so much in the pagoda trials. His situation reminds him of people who faced heart tribulations or heart demons. However, such things as heart tribulation usually occurred to cultivators of the primordial spirit realm. How can it happen to a mortal like him? Well, things seem to be not so simple. Wang Wei took a note of what happened and hoped to find the answer in the library later on when he has time. Now, he had more important things to do. After his breakthrough in his state of mind, Wang Wei got up from the bed and had a maid prepare everything for his morning routine. Afterward, he called his head maid Wang Ju into the room. When Wang Ju walked into the room, he saw the young master sitting cross-legged on a futon. Immediately, Wang Ju noticed something different about the young master. In the past week, Wang Ju had noticed that the state of the young master was wrong. He always had heavy bags under his eyelids which indicate his lack of sleep. Wang Ju wanted to know what had happened in order to help, but he was warned by the sect madam not to intervene in this matter. As such, she did as she was told without question. However, today, Wang Ju noticed that there were no heavy bags under the young master's eyelids. Of course, that was not the most significant change or difference. In the eyes of the young master, she noticed a coldness, indifference, and decisiveness that was not there before. She was shocked by this discovery because the young master had changed so much in such a short period of time. In fact, in normal circumstances, it was very difficult for Wang Ju to notice such a drastic change of temperament from Wang Wei, as he was used to hiding his emotions and remaining calm. However, he had just had a change in his state of mind and had not quite adjusted yet. Furthermore, Wang Wei had decided not to always keep a poker face all the time and hide his emotion. This did not fit his philosophy of freedom. If he wants to show his emotion, then he will show it. There is no need to hide it unless he desired to. He had nothing to hide and nothing to prove to anyone. After seeing Wang Ju, Wang Wei asked her to report the information from the past 7 days. Since he was in a bad state, he had not listened to her during the past week. After finishing hearing her report and noticing that there was nothing important to take note of, he got down to business. Wang Wei then said to her, "Wang Ju, you did a good job keeping things in order during my absence in the past few days." Wang Ju bowed and responded, "Thank you, young master." Wang Ju was just doing her jobs properly. Wang Wei nodded slightly and continued, "Now, it is time to get things in motion. Go to my father and tell him that 3 days later, I'm going to invite Han Li to meet me and accomplish the previous abolished plan." After saying this, there was a cold and ruthless light that rapidly flashed from Wang Wei's eyes, then immediately disappeared afterward. Upon hearing Wang Wei's word, Wang Ju was shocked and her mouth was opened in O shape. As someone who was trained to always keep her emotion in check, this was indeed a big change for her. Wang Ju can be considered one of the people that spend the most time with Wang Wei. As such, she knows a great deal about him. From his habit to his preferences, from his temperament to his secret action, she knows all about it. As such, she knows a lot of his secrets, including his secret plan toward the #1 contemporary sacred son, Han Li. She also knows that the young master had shelved or stopped this plan because it could be quite detrimental to Han Li, and the young master did not want to hurt people from the same sect. However, now, the young master had changed his mind and decided to go on with this plan. How would she not be shocked? As a person who deals with information, she was used to creating profiles for people she met and distinguishing their habits and temperament in order to determine their actions. As such, she did the same for the young master. Of course, it was not to anticipate his actions, but to understand him and better serve him. She was one of the few people who knew that Wang Wei was actually quite the docile and gentle person who did not want to hurt anybody, especially for his own interest. However, now, things seemed to have changed. The young master was no longer the gentle person he used to be. Now, he seemed more ruthless and decisive. Maybe this was for the best, thought Wang Ju as she left the room and headed toward Tianwei Peak to meet the sect master and delivered the message. Chapter 40. Wang Ju walked into Tianwei Peak and handed over the message of the young master to the sect master, bowed politely and left. The things that were about to unfold were not things that she could get involved with. The less she knows now, the better for her. She only has a little part to play in the grand scheme of things, nothing more, nothing less. When Wang Tian received his son's message, he was momentarily surprised, followed by a great deal of ecstasy. He knew that his son had crossed over a strong hurdle that would lead him to becoming a true powerhouse. Wang Tian muttered to himself with satisfaction, "Good, good. Enough with this woman's sissy compassion. If you wish to one day reach the top, you have to step on the bones of countless people." Afterward, a secret message was sent through talisman from the sect master to many elders and great elders of the sect. However, not all of them received the message. Following the talisman, a meeting of the highest secret took place in the Dao opening sect. Even Wang Wei and a few supreme elders have attended this meeting. 3 days later, Wang Ju flew to the mountain occupied by Han Li, the #1 contemporary sacred son. In this mountain, the spiritual energy was extremely abundant. The vegetation grew wildly, yet had a strange beauty to them. Despite being at a high altitude, the weather was warm and sunny like the end of spring and the coming of summer. There were countless servants that took care of every aspect of the mountain and the daily life of Han Li. In the middle of the mountain, there lies an ancient manor made of some special wood. However, unlike the sunny atmosphere around most of the mountain, the manor had a gloomy or bad-weathered vibe. There was a dark cloud hovering over it with thunder blasting in the back of the manor sporadically. The thunder was actually quite powerful, and as such, only a few servants could approach that area. The center of the thunderstrike was actually the place that Han Li cultivated. As a person with the heavenly thunder physique, the power of thunder was like an intimate friend to him. It was also quite beneficial to his cultivation. Wang Ju entered the manor and was received by a male servant. He was the supervisor of the manor, a position similar to the head maid. Wang Ju proceeded by mentioning her intention, then the supervisor went to notify Han Li. When Han Li learned that the head maid of the young sect master came to find him, he was a little shocked as he did not have any interaction with Wang Wei. Follow which, he said to his supervisor, "Go invite her in. I want to know her purpose in coming all the way here." Soon afterward, Wang Ju entered the cultivation palace of Han Li and met him personally. The first impression that Wang Ju had of Han Li was that he was very aggressive. There was thunder flashing constantly in his eyes. He gave the feeling that you have done something wrong, as such, heaven will punish you. Wang Ju bowed politely and said, "Hello, young master Han Li." Answered Han Li, then proceeded to directly ask, "What brought you to my manor?" "My young sect master has invited young master Han Li to come drink tea and discuss some important matter." "Oh, what important matter could that be?" asked Han Li in surprise. "Sir, you are embarrassing me. How could this lowly maid know what important matter the young master wants to discuss?" answered Wang Ju with a calm face without any emotions on her face. Of course, Han Li did not believe her words. He knew that Wang Ju was in charge of the intelligence network of Wang Wei. Even if she did not know the exact details, she was bound to know a little information. Han Li knew that such an invitation was not a simple discussion. As a direct disciple of Great Elder Long Bo, he belonged to the sectarian faction of the sect, while the young sect master belonged to the Wang family. The factions have been fighting and competing for countless years. Now, suddenly he received an amiable invitation from his competitor. How can things be as simple as a discussion? After thinking about it for a few moments, Han Li decided to go and see what the young sect master was planning. He believed that with his superior cultivation level and the backing of his master, nothing will happen to him during this visit. Despite this though, he decided to take certain precautions before heading there. As such, he said to Wang Ju, "Very well, I will attend the tea meeting. However, please give me a few minutes to prepare first before heading there." Wang Ju nodded politely in acknowledgement of Han Li's preparation before departure, then waited quietly for him. Han Li entered a secret room. He took a deep breath to adjust his state, checked all his magic equipment in his space ring, then took out a talisman and informed his mentor Great Elder Long Bo about the meeting. After doing all of his preparation, he followed Wang Ju to the Wang clan's exclusive mountain where Wang Wei waited for them with freshly brewed hot tea. Meanwhile, a few minutes after Han Li's departure from his mountain, his mentor, Great Elder Long Bo, received a message talisman from his disciples. Long Bo was meditating when he received the talisman from his disciples. At first he was quite puzzled about why Wang Wei invited his disciple to meet him. Then he remembered the secret plan that was previously abandoned due to the kindness of the young sect master. He was one of the most prominent opposition to this plan as it was very detrimental to his own disciple. After thinking about this, Long Bo immediately opened the formation and left his cultivating hall and headed toward the Wang family mountain to stop his disciple. However, as soon as he exited the mountain, a few powerful aura immediately locked on him and prevented him from going further. Great Elder Long Bo's face became angry and he immediately appeared in the cloud where he saw Great Elder Yan Mei and Li Jiang leading a few other elders to surround and stop him. Long Bo became more furious when he saw these people as he knew that he could not stop the suffering of his disciples. Long Bo asked them angrily, "Yan Mei, Li Jiang, I thought we have already decided to stop the previous plan. Why are you doing this now?" Great Elder Yan Mei answered nonchalantly, "The young master changed his mind, so the plan must go on." "What about my disciple?" replied Long Bo furiously. "Some sacrifices are necessary for the future of the sect." The Dao opening sect had not had a great emperor for too long. If the so-called 9-emperor curse is not lifted, the only thing awaiting us is the inevitable downhill of the sect. Our status as the most powerful sect will be impacted, following which the chi luck of the sect will also start to go downhill. If sacrificing your disciples can provide the young sect master a better chance at proving the Dao, then he must be sacrificed for the greater good of the sect. Upon hearing Li Jiang's cold and ruthless answer, Long Bo became quiet. He knew that what Li Jiang said was right, and if he was in their shoes, he would make the same choice. However, now, it was his faction that had to make the sacrifice. He was quite unwilling. Long Bo did not give up immediately. He looked in a certain direction and said, "Can you guys not do anything? Just watch as they sacrifice one of our own like this?" Right now, the only option available to Long Bo is to invite his fellow sectarian faction to take sides with him and prevent the incoming fate of his disciple. Following Long Bo's words, a sigh riveted in the empty void from far away. Then someone said, "Long Bo, I understand how you feel, but this is not the time for infighting. Even the Supreme Elders have already decided to keep exacting the plan. There is nothing you can do to stop it. Additionally, the sect has already voted to compensate your disciple afterward. He will not lose much." Long Bo became more furious when he discovered that even people of the same faction with him did not take his side. He looked coldly at Great Elder Yan Mei and Li Jiang, then at the direction of his allies, then returned to his mountain. He had to make a new plan for the future and find a way to help his disciple. The other people of the sectarian faction may have given up for the greater good of the sect, but he was not reconciled to quell his ambitions yet. Chapter 41. The person who answered Great Elder Long Bo was actually Great Elder Fan Lei, who is in charge of the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion or the library of the Dao opening sect. He is also a member of the sectarian faction as Long Bo and Han Li. However, unlike Long Bo, Great Elder Fan Lei can be considered a team player. He has no problem putting the benefit for the sect before his own faction. Despite the contradicting personality, Fan Lei and Long Bo are actually quite close, or should say they were close. Great Elder Fan Lei, who was looking over the library, looked in the direction of his old friend Long Bo and sighed melancholy. As one of the closest friends to Great Elder Long Bo, he truly understood his ideas and ambitions. Fan Lei knew that Long Bo wanted to strengthen the amount of power that the sectarian faction has in the sect. And what is the best way to do so? Of course, it is to have another emperor. In the Dao opening sect, the Wang family has 4 emperors, the Li and Yan family both have 2 emperors each. Only the sectarian faction only has 1 emperor. Long Bo believed that as long as their sectarian faction produced another great emperor under his watch, their power and speaking ability in the sect would increase dramatically. In fact, Fan Lei has long realized that Long Bo was quite the selfish person. He did not want another sectarian great emperor to appear. What he wanted was to personally train an emperor himself, then be able to take over power during the rise of said emperor. Unfortunately for Long Bo, it is extremely hard to raise an emperor properly, especially when you are on your own. Fan Lei and many other sectarian faction people have long realized that Long Bo did not have what it took to properly raise a great emperor on his own. In fact, even the person he chose had problems. During the past years, all the upper level of the sect have been paying attention to the growth of Han Li before the birth of the young sect master. Despite having the number 12 physique, the heavenly thunder body, Han Li's past result can only be evaluated as above mediocre. This fact was further proven to be true when his result in the pagoda trials came out, and even Li Jun could defeat him in many trials. As a result of this, the higher-ups of the Dao opening sect did not hesitate to decide to train Wang Wei for the next heaven mandate when they saw the vision he was born with. Luckily, Wang Wei's actions during the past decade have proven that they have made the right choice. The future of the Dao opening sect is looking quite bright and prosperous. Great Elder Fan Lei knew that his old friend Long Bo was in quite the dangerous situation, and he has not even realized it. The Dao opening sect has placed too much investment in this year's fight for the heaven mandate. If one day, they decide that Long Bo is a danger or instability for the sect's future, then the only thing that awaits Great Elder Long Bo is his untimely death by the hands of his own sect. If Long Bo keeps going on like this, that day will not be far off. Fan Lei sighed again when he thought about the possible future fate of his old friend. Meanwhile, in the Wang family mountain, Wang Wei and Han Li were having a very cordial chat over tea. Wang Wei kept asking Han Li about his experience throughout his cultivation journey due to the fact that he had never left the sect ever since he was born. And Han Li, affected by Wang Wei's charismatic and gentle smile, described all of his adventure with great boldness. Unfortunately, things did not remain amicable for very long. On their sixth pot of tea, Han Li started to feel drowsy. Before he could take immediate action to relieve himself of this state, he discovered that his cultivation was actually sealed. Soon afterward, he passed out in the room, and the blooming smile in Wang Wei's face was slowly relieved and turned into an indifferent one. A few breaths afterward, a few more people appeared in the room. They were the Great Elder of the Formation Hall, Refining Hall, Pill Hall, and Talisman Hall. Furthermore, there were two Supreme Elders who had a great deal of accomplishments in formation who came to supervise the other people. When Wang Wei saw all of the people who appeared in his room, he was not surprised as he expected them to come. Wang Wei saluted all of them and asked, "Is everything prepared?" The Great Elder of the Formation Hall, Li Feng, answered, "You do not need to worry, young sect master. Everything was designed according to your instructions." Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction. Soon, the passed-out Han Li was taken into a secret room full of all kind of formations and a bunch of equipment that looked like a dissecting table. In fact, this description is actually quite adequate. The purpose of Wang Wei doing all of these to Han Li is to actually dissect him and discover the source of his special physique. Ever since he was young, Wang Wei knew how much advantage that people with special physique had, especially in the early and middle stage of cultivation. Wang Wei was quite jealous of these special physiques. Unfortunately for him, heaven did not give him one. So, Wang Wei concorded a plan to acquire a special physique on his own. Since heaven did not give me one, I shall take it for myself. This thought has been riveting in his mind for countless years. In order to make things happen, he plunged straight into the library and read all the knowledge that the sect had about special physique. Some notes even contain some great emperor understanding of special physique. Through countless documents, Wang Wei came up with the hypothesis that most people with special physiques are actually people born with fragments of law lodged both into their bodies and souls. Because of these fragments of laws, people with special physique have great cultivating talents. And as their cultivation grows higher, the fragment of law in their body will be perfected and provide them with all kinds of amazing and weird talents. In order to prove his hypothesis, Wang Wei studied the blood of his father, who also has a special physique, and the blood of countless other people with special physique. In order to get these bloods, the Dao opening sect had to activate many of the sleeping spies they had all over the world. However, it was not enough to truly discover the truth of special physique from studying a few drops of blood. Although Wang Wei's father donated a drop of source blood which in fact hurt his cultivation level and took years to heal, to his son for his study, it was not enough to unravel the mystery of special physique. In the scenario, this is where Han Li came into play. As the only person with a special physique available to the Dao opening sect, he could provide much more information than a few drops of blood. However, studying Han Li would involve searching both his soul and source blood, which is quite damaging to a person. As such, Wang Wei previously did not want to harm him. But now, he changed his mind and a terrible fate might await him. Chapter 42. Inside a secret room, Han Li's body laid unconscious on a bed with blood all over the floor. His state was not ideal right now. His skin was opened vertically from his skull all the way to his feet. All of his internal organs and exoskeletons were visually exposed to the outside world. The only thing that indicated that he was still alive was the slight expansion of his lungs like two balloons filled with oxygen at a carnival fair. There were countless formations made of countless runes that shined on Han Li every few breaths. These formations were recording and analyzing every part of fluctuation on Han Li's body. From his breathing to his cultivation level, from his muscle to his blood, from his divine sense to even his soul fluctuation. There was no part left unchecked, no stone left unturned. In a bed beside Han Li, there were 3 drops of blood that glowed brighter than the summer sun at its peak. These 3 drops of blood were actually the source blood of Han Li. Each of them contain a great amount of energy and could be used to create powerful pills. Right now, Great Elder of the Formation Huoyanju was observing these 3 drops of blood with great ecstasy. He proclaimed to Wang Fu, the Great Elder of the Refining Hall, "I have found the fragment of law from the source blood." The young master was right. "What about you guys? Did you discover anything?" Great Elder Wang Fu responded, "Me and Great Elder Li Jian have also discovered the fragment of law in his soul." Great Elder Li Jian, who was responsible for the alchemy hall, said in reverie, "Han Li is only in the peak of divine body realm, yet he already has access to some power of law that only void-shattered realm powerhouse can have. No wonder the people with special physique are so abnormal in the early stage of cultivation." Great Elder Qin Hua of the Talisman Hall is a beautiful middle-aged woman. She asked the 2 supervising Supreme Elders, "Supreme Elders, did we miss something during our observation?" One of the Supreme Elders answered, "Everything has been recorded and reviewed by the 2 of us. All you need to do is relay the information to the young master." "What should we do with Han Li?" asked Great Elder Wang Fu. The young master was considered his own nephew. As such, he did not want to have an enemy of his lying around the sect. He would have preferred that Han Li be dead. Great Elder Qin Hu, who belonged to the sectarian faction, immediately replied, "According to the order of the young master, we just need to put Han Li's body back the way he was. Although from now on, Han Li will only have less than 80% of his previous strength." Furthermore, the young master said to reward him with a heart demon pill to allow him to break through the primordial spirit realm. Why would the young master leave him alive? Does he still have so much compassion? Asked Great Elder Li Jian. Great Elder Qin Huan answered back, "No, according to the young master, Han Li still has certain values in the future. As for what values he was referring to, I have no idea." "Very well," answered Great Elder Yanji. "Since the young master has orders to spare him, then do so. However, someone should be sent to monitor him and Longbow at all times." Everyone agreed with Great Elder Yanji, especially the 2 Supreme Elders. Seeing the different factions of the sect working together for the better future of the Dao opening sect, they knew that their generation had excellent successors. The future of the sect is going in the right direction. A few hours later, Han Li was sent back to his mountain with a weakened body and a few memories missing. Although he immediately felt something was wrong with him when he woke up, He did not know the direct cause. Even his mentor did not dare tell him the real reason even if he wanted to. Great Elder Longbo knew that one of the main reasons that his direct disciple was still alive right now was due to his ignorance. If he ever discovered the real cause of his Bodhi's abnormality and became resentful, then only death will follow him. As such, he lied and told his disciple that he might have done something wrong during his cultivation and he will find a way to fix him. Meanwhile, in the Wang family's mountain, Wang Wei was reading the result of the analysis of special physique from the great elders and the supreme elders. It turned out that his hypothesis was right. People born with special physique were granted fragments of law by heaven upon their birth. The number 1 absolute chaos physique was granted a fragment of the law of chaos. The number 2 heavy axe physique was granted a fragment of the law of power. And the number 3 7 emotion 6 desire physique was granted the law of 7 emotion and 6 desires. Wang Wei believed that as long as he can get the source of a law and baptized both his body and soul with it and survive, then he will acquire a special physique. However, the process will not be as simple as stated. Fortunately, Wang Wei was long prepared and made sufficient preparation for this endeavor. To make sure that everything goes as planned, enough preparation is always needed. Suddenly, Wang Wei thought of something. If he had enough data from one of the top 3 physiques, his plans would not only be much safer, but also have a higher chance of success. However, the problem lied in the fact that he could not get access to any of the top 3 physiques to properly dissect. The number 1 physique is hiding somewhere in a lower realm. The number 3 physique is also hiding somewhere in the eastern Azure Dragon continent. The only available physique left is the number 2 physique, who is the crown prince of the great Zhou imperial dynasty, located in the same central continent as the Dao opening sect. However, even if Wang Wei knew where he was, there is nothing he could do. As a person born with such powerful physique, the Crown Prince will definitely be a great contestant for this generation Heaven Mandate. Such Heaven Chosen will definitely have a supreme realm powerhouse protecting him 24/7 just like Wang Wei did. Additionally, the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty is a powerful dynasty that has nurtured a total of 3 great emperors. As such, they are not easy to mess with. Although Wang Wei is the young sect master of the Dao opening sect, he did not want to abuse his powers and create powerful enemies for the sect all over the world. Despite all of these circumstances, Wang Wei did not immediately give up the idea of dissecting the number 2 physique. All he needed was the right time, place, or circumstance for his action to succeed. And Wang Wei knew that the right moment was quickly approaching. That was the Spirit Road 4 years later. This was the perfect place. Now, all Wang Wei needed was the right bait to lure his prey into the trap. Chapter 43. The Spirit Road is in fact a trial created by Heavenly Dao to not only properly train Heaven Chosen of the myriad Emperor world, but also a way to entice geniuses from the lower plane to enter the myriad Emperor world. According to knowledge that Wang Wei learned from the library, in the Endless Void, there are hundreds of Heaven Mandate worlds like the Myriad Emperor Plane. Each Heaven Mandate Plane, which is a plane who has the power to give birth to a great emperor, is made up of a community of countless worlds that take said Heaven Mandate Plane as its center. In each community, there are countless Great Thousand Worlds, Middle Thousand World, and Lower Thousand World. All these worlds combined together can be called the Lower Plane. Of course, it does not mean that the Myriad Emperor world is in charge of these worlds. No, there are so many worlds out there, some have not even been discovered. However, the Myriad Emperor world can be considered the ruler of the community it is currently located in. In the Myriad Emperor world, mortals usually start to cultivate between the age of 15 to 18 years. These years are the optimal age when both the mind and the body have matured enough to start cultivating without leaving any hidden dark injuries. Before each generation starts to cultivate, there is an event that usually takes place, the Spirit Road. The Spirit Road is a secret realm organized by Heavenly Dao itself where Heaven Chosen are left to fight, survive, and kill each other alone for a whole year without any cultivation level or any help from the outside. As long as you enter the spirit road, your cultivation will be completely stripped or sealed and you will not be able to cultivate for a whole year. Participants cannot use any kind of weapons or help from the outside. The purpose of the Spirit Road trial is in fact to hone the killing and survival instinct of every geniuses. More importantly, during the year-long slaughter, these heaven-chosen can actually plunder the chi luck of each other. The more a person kills, the more luck he can gather. It is totally normal for a person's chi luck to go from a carp fish to a true dragon, or from a red color chi luck to a purple color. Of course, the participants still cannot achieve a chi luck of purple gold. Additionally, the secret realm that the Spirit Road trial takes place has countless opportunities left over from different battlefields throughout the myriad Emperor plane. It is possible for someone to be lucky enough to acquire quasi-Emperor artifacts or even an Emperor-level scriptures. Although these two things are actually quite rare, it's not unheard of people acquiring these things from the Spirit Road. Because of the Spirit Road's ability to raise heaven-chosen, many factions will send their disciples to participate in the trial. In fact, Heavenly Tao will also scatter trial tokens throughout many worlds in the lower plane to invite either geniuses or lucky ones to participate in the trial. That way, these geniuses will have a chance to enter one of the sects or factions of the myriad Emperor plane based on their performance. In fact, many great emperors were born from the lower plane and got their chance at the heaven mandate through the Spirit Road trial. Of course, these people from the lower planes still need an identity token to be able to participate in the fight for the heaven mandate. And how do they get the identity token? Of course, from the powerful sects or families in the myriad emperor world. These factions have gone through great length to prevent people from the lower plane from becoming great emperor without their support. No matter how talented a person from the lower plane is, without an identity token, he or she cannot participate in the fight for heaven mandate. So, even if they do not want to, they have to attach themselves to a powerful force if they want a chance to proclaim themselves emperor. Wang Wei notices that this year's Spirit Road is quite different. Due to the fact that the top 3 physiques appeared at the same time, this year's Spirit Road should be a festival fest of powerful heaven-chosens slaughtering each other like gladiators locked in a caged arena. However, things seem to be the opposite. The number 1 physique seems to be still somewhere in the lower plane, the number 3 physique is nowhere to be found. And the number 2 physique showed no desire to participate in the trial 4 years later. Everyone seemed to ignore the Spirit Road this time, which is in fact bad news for Wang Wei, who actually wanted to meet the top 3 physique to further his plans. In the Wang family mountain, inside the main courtyard, Wang Wei called his head maid Wang Ju for a meeting. Upon seeing her, Wang Wei asked her to hand over all the information she had of the number 2 physique. Wang Wei read the information: Ji Song, male, 12 years old, heavy axe physique, crown prince of the great Zhou imperial dynasty. When he was born, there was a vision of a giant slaughtering countless demons and gods with an axe. Personality: he is rash and arrogant. Prefers to use his strength to solve most problems. He has an older brother named Ji Su who he loves very much. Despite the fact that his eldest brother has been deprived of the right to the throne due to his birth, the relationship between the two is actually quite harmonious. The eldest brother has no problem supporting his younger brother. After reading the information, Wang Wei begins to ponder. Based on the information at hand, he came to the conclusion that Ji Song is the kind of person who will rush to any kind of situation as long he believed it was beneficial to him. As such, as long as he provided him with the necessary bait, maybe he could lure him to change his mind and participate in the Spirit Road trial. Wang Wei suddenly asked Wang Ju, "What do you think the great Zhou imperial dynasty would do if they heard a rumor that there was a complete version of the ancient desolate body-refining scripture in the Spirit Road trial, and that our Dao opening sect was sending me personally to retrieve it?" Wang Ju was a little surprised by the sudden question, thought about it for a few seconds and answered, "The ancient desolate body-refining scripture was created by a great emperor of our Dao opening sect who also had the heavy axe physique. You could say this scripture fits perfectly with the heavy axe physique. If the higher-ups of the great Zhou imperial dynasty had the opportunity to acquire it, they would go to great lengths to do so. Even if it was just a rumor, they will still try to discover if it was true. Wang Wei nodded in acquiescence. However, Wang Ju continued, "But, young master, what is the point of doing this? Do you want to take the chance to kill Ji Song during the Spirit Road trial?" Wang Wei looked at her and said, "Do not be silly, Wang Ju. You should know although the Spirit Road trial claimed to be fair and without any outside influence, the truth of the matter is that every heaven chosen raised by powerful groups like our sect have secret techniques implanted on them that would save their lives if they ever faced true mortal danger. It will be nigh impossible to kill Ji Song during the trial." Upon hearing this, Wang Ju nodded in agreement. Then she thought of something and asked in shock, "Young master, do you want to do the same thing you did to Han Li to crown Prince Ji Song?" Wang Wei responded positively, "Yes. The top 3 physiques are actually quite special in nature compared to the others. If I had enough knowledge about them, then when I execute the plan to acquire my own special physique, not only would my chances increase exponentially, but there is also a chance to acquire a physique that is on par with the top 3. Wang Ju nodded while listening, then she answered, "To pull up a plan of this magnitude, young master, you should probably enlist the help of the sect master and the great elders." Wang Wei agreed with Wang Ju's caution. He knew that this plan is quite feasible and the elders will be more than happy to help him. However, the Spirit Road is still 4 years away, and there are other things to be done before then. Chapter 44. Wang Wei waved to Wang Ju to leave and start to put his plans into action with the help of the elders, while he had other things to prepare beforehand. Acquiring a special physique is not an easy thing. Just knowing that people with special physique have fragments of laws into their body will not magically turn someone into a person with special physique. How to turn this knowledge into practical action? Can you just place a fragment of law into someone else's body? No, the power of law is unimaginably powerful. Even a fragment of it is enough to blast any cultivator below the void-shattered realm into smithereens, let alone immortal. In order to enjoy all the benefits of people with unique physiques, Wang Wei believed that the transition should be done before he starts to cultivate. As such, he did not have a lot of time to prepare. Now, many other problems appear. How do you allow a mortal to survive the baptizement of the law without being completely annihilated? How to allow the fragment of law to be beneficial to the users instead of being harmful? How to ensure that the fragment of law will not directly destroy the person's soul, but evolve to make it more powerful? Wang Wei came up with a variety of methods including the use of pills, formations, and other auxiliary items, but the core of which is a cultivation technique that his father and grandfather took years to help him create. This technique is called by him as the 10,000 things adapt to one sutra. This technique, or Dao art, was inspired by the concept of evolution from his last life. Evolution can be simplified into the idea that among a group of individuals, they have certain traits that allow them to survive or adapt to a drastic change in the external environment. The surviving individuals then reproduce and pass on the trait that allowed them to survive the change in environment to the next generation. This process is slow and could take from thousands to millions of years. The idea that Wang Wei had when creating this cultivation technique was to take the concept of adaptation in natural evolution and turn it from a passive evolution to an active evolution. What that means is that by cultivating the 10,000 things adapt to one sutra, Wang Wei will endow his body with the ability to adapt to extreme circumstances such as fragments of laws embedded in his body then survive and evolve into a better or higher state of life. This process will not take as long as natural evolution. As a matter of fact, the process will be almost instantaneous. Of course, as a price, an enormous amount of energy will be needed. Luckily for Wang Wei, this world does not lack energy as it is filled with boundless spiritual energy all over heaven and earth or in the form of minerals such as spirit stone or source. Additionally, spiritual qi is actually a wonderful type of energy that allows people to evolve into higher beings with powerful strength and unlimited lifespan. It is the best catalyst for Wang Wei's technique. Although the prospect of the 10,000 things adapt to one sutra seems quite appealing, the process is in fact quite arduous and tortuous. In order to cultivate this technique, Wang Wei will have to place himself in countless kinds of harsh environments and force his mortal body to adapt and survive these environments before he could take on the power of Lano, a fragment of it. First, Wang Wei will be placed in both high and low temperature, then he has to cultivate the 10,000 things adapt to one sutra, to the point where his body can generate heat on his own and control it to survive. His body has to be able to generate enough heat to keep him warm in extreme cold, and lower the temperature during extreme heat. Furthermore, his body has to adapt to be able to generate enough moisture to keep him hydrated during extreme heat. Another step in cultivating the 10,000 things adapt to one sutra is that Wang Wei has to place himself in a vacuum environment similar to space from his past life without any oxygen to breath. During this process, Wang Wei's body has to evolve to be able to breathe internally without outside interference, and to be able to use other kinds of energy in the environment to produce enough glucose for the body to function properly. After that, Wang Wei has to ingest all kinds of different poison, then allow his body to evolve to be able to analyze any poison and develop the necessary antibodies for them. In fact, every cultivator will have these qualities as long as they reach a certain cultivation level. What Wang Wei has to do is to acquire them beforehand, before he starts to cultivate. When all of these conditions are met, then Wang Wei will be ready to integrate some fragments of law into his body, then evolve into someone with special physique. This process will take some time, at least 4 to 5 years, and numerous precious resources are needed to ensure the safety of Wang Wei. Of course, Wang Wei will not be alone during these suffering times. Li Jun will also cultivate the 10,000 things adapt to one sutra in order to try to get a special physique too. Wang Wei needs a powerful general that he trusts during his fight for the emperor throne. And he chose Li Jun after much consideration. Him and Li Jun grew up together and had established a high level of intimacy. They treated each other as brothers. Furthermore, Wang Wei can be considered the only person in the sect that treated Li Jun better and acknowledged him as a person, of course, except Li Jun's mother. It did take Wang Wei a while to convince the elders to properly train Li Jun, as the amount of resources needed to cultivate this technique will be quite large and precious, but in the end, at the insistence of Wang Wei, they finally agreed. Furthermore, the accomplishments of Li Jun the past few years during the pagoda trial proved that he is worthy of being properly cultivated by the sect. While Wang Wei and Li Jun were preparing to start cultivating the 10,000 things adapt to one sutra, a meeting took place in another domain in the Qilin central continent. This domain, which is approximately the size of 2 Earth-togethers, was the location of the capital of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty. This domain is an enormous city, exactly like the Emperor Enlightening Academy. However, unlike the city of the Emperor Enlightening Academy that is clearly divided based on each student, this city seemed to be one entity, with a magnificent palace in the center. There lived the sovereign and all the members of the royal family, including Ji Song with the heavy axe physique. In the myriad emperor plane, no one dares to bear the title of emperor except for cultivators who have borne the heaven mandate and proved the Tao. Even if someone rules millions of li of land and has power over billions of citizens and can determine their life and death, that person still cannot have the title of emperor. He or she can be called king, rulers, monarch, or sovereign, but never emperor. This is a title reserved to the most supreme beings of this plane, the most noblest of existence that stand at the peak of the food chain. Back to the topic. Somewhere in the palace, the sovereign of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty held a meeting with all of his officials. The sovereign named Ji Wen was a majestic middle-aged man wearing an embroidery robe filled with 3 multicolored dragons, each representing a great emperor of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty. He had a magnificent crown on his bun-like hair. Sovereign Ji Wen asked with an authoritative voice, "Is the news true? Is it confirmed? Is there really a copy of the ancient desolate body-refining scripture in the Spirit Road trial?" Chapter 45. Inside the royal palace, many ministers of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty started discussing the information that their spy agency just received. After hearing the question asked by His Majesty Ji Wen, the room immediately became quiet. Everyone started to think about the issue and the proper response to the situation at hand. A few minutes afterward, a high-level minister indicated by the fact that he stood in the front row of all the people present took a step forward and answered, "Your Majesty, given the source of the information, the news is likely true. We should take immediate action to try to take possession of the ancient, desolate body-refining scripture." While this minister was talking, his head was looking at a person a few feet from him. This person was the head of the dynasty's brocade guard, which was in charge of intelligence gathering both internally and externally. After hearing his minister's word, Sovereign Ji-Wen looked at the head of the brocade guard, who nodded his head in acknowledgement of the fact that the news was in fact reliable. Following the first person to speak up, another high-grade minister also stepped up and said, "I agree with this statement, Your Majesty. The ancient desolate body-refining scripture is of great importance to Crown Prince Jisong's rise to becoming a great emperor. Although our great Zhou imperial dynasty has 3 great emperor-level cultivating scriptures, none fit the Crown Prince as perfectly as the ancient desolate body-refining scripture. If there is a slight chance of acquiring it, we must not let it go." Following this minister's statement, many people spoke in agreement with him. This generation, their empire has the opportunity to groom a 4th great emperor. No matter the cost, they have to try it. Sovereign Ji-Wen started thinking about the words of his ministers, and deep down he also agreed to do anything possible to acquire that scripture, as it would be a tremendous help to his son during his fight for the emperor throne. However, as a ruler and Saint Realm powerhouse, his vision was much broader than most of his ministers. As such, he did not immediately agree with them. Instead, he asked someone's opinion, someone he has trusted and relied on for countless years during his reign. Sovereign Ji-Wen looked at the person standing closest to him and asked, "Prime Minister Zhao Yan, what do you think about this topic?" Upon hearing his name being called, Prime Minister Zhao Yan, who had his eyes closed for most of the meeting, suddenly opened his eyes and answered in a calm manner, "Your Majesty, this lowly minister does not think that things are that simple." "Oh, what makes you say that?" "Speak freely," answered Sovereign Ji-Wen. As such, Prime Minister Zhao Yan continued, "First of all, why did all of sudden news of such powerful scripture come out? Is our Zhou dynasty the only faction that has received the news, or are there any other people?" Upon hearing these questions, the face of the leader of the brocade guard changed immediately and became gloomy. He answered in a harsh tone, "From the information we received, I believed that only our Zhou dynasty had received this news." When the people in the room heard his answers, their faces also changed and became more solemn. It seems that things are not that simple. Prime Minister Zhao Yan continued to ask, "If that is the case, then there are more problems to solve. For example, who released the news and for what purpose?" Based on the fact that the information we received directly involved the ancient desolate body-refining scripture, we can assume that their target is undoubtedly the Crown Prince, but what is their purpose? If the Dao opening sect released the news themselves, what motive did they have? Another minister pondered for a moment and answered, "Maybe they want to lure the Crown Prince into the Spirit Road trial and kill him to eliminate a future competitor." Many people have similar thoughts. This is the most likely reason they can figure out. However, the Prime Minister disagreed with the other people. As such, he replied, "I do not think that things are that simple. The Spirit Road trial is under the jurisdiction of Heavenly Dao itself. As such, it is not easy for an outsider to interfere. With the background of our great Zhou imperial dynasty, it is easy to have countless backhands to ensure the safety of the Crown Prince. Additionally, there is an unspoken agreement between the emperor lineage of the world not to secretly assassinate each other's heaven-chosen and allow them to freely compete with each other. If the Dao opening sect dare to secretly kill the Crown Prince, we can easily do the same thing to their young sect master." The room became silent after the Prime Minister's speech. The people in the room knew that Prime Minister Zhao Yan was right, but they still felt a little unwilling to pass such a chance to acquire a powerful cultivation technique as the ancient desolate body-refining scripture. As such, another minister asked, "So, are we just leaving things like this and not do anything?" "Of course not," answered the Prime Minister. "What we have to do is remain calm and take things slowly. We can slowly investigate the source of the news and the purpose of the Dao opening sect. Furthermore, in 1 to 2 years, right before the start of the Spirit Road trial, we can send a team of delegates to officially visit the Dao opening sect. When they arrive there, we can snoop some more news. Upon hearing the Prime Minister's plan, the eyes of the other officials lit up like stars in the winter's night. Then they started discussing and fine-tuning the plan. To them cultivators, 1 to 2 years is nothing but a short nap. They can be patient and plan better. Meanwhile, in the Dao opening sect, Wang Wei and Li Jun had just started their difficult cultivation in the extreme cold and heat environment. Wang Wei had just finished today's session and was drinking tonic that prevents dark injuries in his body. This tonic was made of at least a 1,000 years old ginseng. If it was not for the fact that his body is too weak to bear the medicinal properties, the age of this ginseng would be much higher. It was during these moments that Wang Wei realized the importance of status and how lucky he was to be born in such a powerful sect. While Wang Wei was enjoying this rare piece of quiet, Wang Ju walked in to report to him. Without being polite with her, he directly asked, "What is it?" Wang Ju bowed politely and answered, "Young master, according to the information we received, there has been no further movement from the great Zhou imperial dynasty. Do you think that they have noticed something? Did our bait fail?" Wang Wei was not surprised or panicked by this news. Instead, he asked calmly, "Wang Ju, do you know what a good bait is?" "A good bait?" asked her in confusion. Wang Wei smiled cunningly and continued, "A good bait is not just something that your target wants or desires. No, a good bait is something that your target knows is a bait, but still desperately go after it. No matter the process, the end result will always be a hooked fish." Chapter 46. Suddenly 2 years of quiet passed by, and Wang Wei turned 13 years old. In the past 2 years, the Dao opening sect seemed calm and quiet on the surface. And the same can be said for the great Zhou imperial dynasty. It was as if the shocking news about the whereabouts of a powerful cultivation technique such as the ancient desolate body refining scripture was nothing but a stone sinking into a river without creating any ripples whatsoever. The situation seemed that it would remain stale for quite some time. However, today was destined to be different, to be more exciting at least for the people of the Dao opening sect that is. Wang Wei was enjoying a rare relaxing day by drinking his ginseng tonic, when his head maid, Wang Ju walked in with some fresh information. Wang Ju walked into the Wang family's manor, bowed as usual, and reported the information that she had just received. While Wang Wei was concentrating on the information at hand, Wang Ju looked at the young sect master. He had changed greatly the past 2 years. His figure became more thin, his complexion more pale. There were many heavy bags under his eyes. In general, he had the demeanor of a sick and dying man. However, Wang Ju knew that these were just external changes. As a cultivator in the supernatural realm, she could easily notice the internal difference of the young sect master. His single breaths were deep and long, signifying the ability to internal breathing and conserving energy. There was a large amount of medicinal energy embedded in the young sect master's body. Despite not having started cultivating, there was a large amount of blood qi scattered all over his body. These blood qi will make it a lot easier and faster for the young master to cultivate in the body refining realm and lay a powerful foundation for the future. A few minutes passed by before Wang Wei finished reading the information, then he said, "So, they are finally making a move?" "Yes, young master. A delegate composed of both Crown Prince Jisong and First Prince Jisu is currently on the way to the sect right now. They will arrive in about 2 days. What excuse did they use for this so-called visit?" "We received a diplomatic invitation concerning the dispute over a certain origin source mine. They also emphasized that it is necessary for the younger generation to get to know each other properly." Wang Wei sneered and continued, "So, they can both investigate the news about the ancient desolate body refining scripture, and also try to find my information and determine my level of threat for the heaven mandate battle." Wang Wei then kept on looking at the window, looking like nothing in this world mattered to him. Then, he said, "Continue with the plan we had already prepared." As for the challenge, let the crown prince enter the first trial of the pagoda. 2 days soon passed. The delegation of the great Zhou imperial dynasty composed of the two princes, Ji Song and Ji Su, the prime minister Zhao Yan, a retired prince of the Ji royal family which is the equivalent of a true monarch supreme elder of the Dao opening sect, and a bunch of servants and bodyguards. Sect Master Wang Tian and many of the great elders of different halls received the guest, accompanied by some noteworthy disciples. Upon arriving, Ji Su was the first to notice something odd. He did not see the young sect master of the Dao opening sect. In formal occasions such as this, only people with similar status and the same generation can receive each other. As the son of the sect master, only Wang Wei is truly worthy of receiving them, and yet he was not here. Ji Su easily noticed this because he recognized the person that was in the front receiving them. It was the number 1 contemporary sacred son, Han Li, who has just partially healed from his injury. Ji Su knew Han Li because they had fought a couple of times. And in their many fights, he had won more than he lost. Ji Su walked in the front, put his 2 hands together and slightly bowed. "It is a pleasure to meet you all." Han Li also stepped forward and returned the courtesy. However, a sudden voice rang behind Ji Su. "It seemed that we are not worthy to be received by the young sect master of the Dao opening sect. After all, your sect is one of the most powerful sects in the world." The person who spoke was a very burly man with bulging muscles all over his body. He is the very definition of the back of a tiger, the waist of a bear. He had an intimidating air about him, a calm face, but also a very condescending look in his eyes. He exudes the arrogance of a person of superior status. Sect Master Wang Tian stepped forward and said, "This younger generation should be Crown Prince Ji Song, worthy of the famous heavy axe physique. Despite not having cultivated, still having innate divine strength compared to body refining first or second layer. The reason that my son did not attend this meeting today is due to the fact that he is currently visiting his maternal grandfather." Hearing this, retired Prince Ji Xiong also stepped forward and asked, "Is true monarch Yu Zhuang recovered from his injury?" "He is fine now," said the sect master, then went on to say, "Please come in, we have prepared adequate accommodation for all of you. If you have any other requirement, please notify the elder in charge and we will try our best to meet your needs." While a somewhat diplomatic meeting was taking place in the Dao opening sect, a very serious one was also taking place in the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. Old Shu took more than 10 years to heal from the backlash he received from calculating the fate of Wang Wei when he was just born. Even still, his lifespan was greatly affected. Unless he could find some precious medicine, he would still have to live with a severely reduced lifespan. The current pavilion master asked during the meeting, "Master, why did you call all of us for this meeting?" Including Old Chu, there were currently less than 10 people in the room, each of which were the core members of the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. The Heaven Mystery Pavilion was different from other sects or factions of this world since they were mainly focused on divination or calculating the secrets of heaven. As divination requires very special talents, there are few people who can cultivate their technique, let alone join the core membership of the pavilion. However, there are still many outer disciples of the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. These disciples are mainly there to procure resources for the core members, or to protect them. Due to the fact that people who peep at heaven's secrets often receive all kinds of backlash, they are almost always in a weakened state. So no matter what the level of their cultivation, they are extremely weak when facing people of the same realm. Even the genius of lower cultivating realms can easily beat them. As such, the core members of the Heaven Mystery Pavilion require protection from powerful people. As for how they manage to keep the loyalty of the outer members, well, that is a secret privy to only the pavilion master and his master. I called all of you to this meeting because I foresaw a catastrophe strong enough to eradicate our entire Heaven Mystery Pavilion. Upon hearing this news, the pavilion master's heart started to beat rapidly. He started to perspire profusely, then cold sweat dripped down his back. "Master, we did not offend anyone. Where did this sect-destroying catastrophe come from?" "The Dao opening sect." Chapter 47. Inside the meeting place of the Heaven Mystery Pavilion, only the sound of the swaying wind could be heard. The room started to heat up due to the vapor of untouched hot tea slowly evaporating inside the small courtyard. Pavilion Master Zhu Tai rapidly swallowed his cold tea with trembling hands, then proceeded to take many deep and long breaths. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. He asked, "Master, did you calculate the reason? And what should our next step of action be?" "Supreme Elder, we did not offend the Dao opening sect and had no enmity with them. Why did they want to destroy us?" "I did not manage to calculate their reason for taking action against us," said Old Chu. "As for our plan of action, we only have two variable options. First is to ask help from our allies and see if they are willing to help or at least put pressure on the Dao opening sect. The second option is when the time arrives, try to be as submissive as possible. The Dao opening sect must want something from our pavilion. As long as we give it to them, we might have a chance to survive." "Master, how long do we have to prepare?" "About 2 to 3 years at the very least." So, until after the Spirit Road trial. A few days passed on quickly. The delegates of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty have long settled into their accommodation and the talks over the origin source mine have officially begun. Wang Wei never showed up in front of the people of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty. A fact which was very upsetting to Crown Prince Jisong as he kept subtly reminding the people around him of the lack of etiquette on the side of the Dao opening sect. Of course, Wang Wei was aware of his presence. With the special power of his eyes, he could easily notice the Qi Luck Dragon of Crown Prince Jisong. Although his Qi Dragon was only purple like himself, it exuded a special or unique aura that was easily noticeable. Soon, Crown Prince Jisong had things to do since he was notified that he will take part in the first trial of the Polishing Dao Heart Pagoda. He took a few days to prepare. He was the kind of person that never backed down from a challenge, and he took it seriously, or so he thought. On the day of the challenge, many disciples and elders of the sect accompanied the delegates of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty to watch the trial. The disciples were the most excited. They wanted to know how they stack up against the heaven chosen of other factions. This was the perfect opportunity to compete and compare. Ji Song stood in front of the pagoda, ready to enter at any moment. The visual formations were turned on so that everybody can watch what happens inside. On top of the pagoda, there was a list of the top records in each trial. Ji Song looked at Wang Wei's #1 spot and said with disdain, "Only 13 days, how weak can you be?" After saying that, he strode into the pagoda with great confidence. However, his words did provoke a lot of people outside. How can they allow this stranger to look down on their young sect master? However, the disciples did not do or say anything, especially the ones who have participated in the trial. They know more than everyone else how difficult this trial is. In a platform not far from the pagoda, the higher-ups of both factions sat cross-legged on futons made of silk, served with fresh hot tea. Sect Master Wang Tian said nonchalantly, "Confident, I see. This is good quality." Prime Minister Zhao Yan responded, "Thank you. The Crown Prince has never lacked anything, especially confidence." Sect Master Wang Tian and the other great elders smiled with a playful look on their faces. However, they did not say anything else. Ji Su was able to catch on the meaning behind these smiles. As such, he had a feeling that things might not be as simple as it seemed. However, he soon calmed himself down. He had a great deal of confidence in his younger brother's heavy axe physique. Meanwhile, Ji Song was having a hard time in this test. Upon entering the trial, the first thing he noticed was the fact that his proud heavy axe physique was gone, or to be precise, ineffective. All of his innate divine strength that he was proud of are all gone. He frowned, but still continued on with the trial. He walks in this endless desert supported by his will only. Ji Song lasted 4 days before he gave up and exited out the pagoda. His record was much higher than Han Li on his first trial. But it was way worse than Li Jun's whopping 8 days, or Wang Wei's 13 days. The challenge was actually quite lackluster. The record of the Crown Prince did not come even close to Li Jun, let alone the young sect master. And many people or disciples of the sect were actually quite disappointed. They left afterward and sneered at Ji-song's previous comment. The people most disappointed by this result were actually the people of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty. This was a massive failure on their part. While Ji-song was recuperating, a secret meeting was taking place between Prime Minister Zhao Yan, His Royal Highness Ji-su, retired Prince Ji-seong, and a few advisors that were secretly mixed into the servants and guards. "Sewer," asked retired Prince Ji-seong. "You have been frowning for quite some time. What are you thinking about?" "Uncle Ji-seong, I'm thinking about the previous trial. Are you worrying about Songer? You do not need to be too worried. It is just a failure. Give him enough time and he will soon recover." "No, uncle, the situation is more severe than we thought. Retired Prince, His Royal Highness is right. The situation is truly drastic." "Oh, Prime Minister, what makes you say that?" "Well, let His Royal Highness Ji-su express his opinions first." Everyone in the room then fixed their eyes on Ji-su, who then began to express his thought process. "Just like my uncle said, failure is not a major problem for my younger brother. However, the problem lies with the young sect master of the Dao opening sect. The purpose of this pagoda was to polish the Dao heart of the participants. Now, compare the result of the younger brother with the Dao sect's young master. Can you imagine how powerful the Dao heart of the young sect master is? Following this statement, a few people in the room gasped aloud. This is indeed quite a scary thing. The person most affected was in fact retired Prince Ji-seong. As the person with the highest cultivating level here, he knew more secrets than most people in the room. For most cultivators, the concept of Dao heart might be an illusory idea or thing to them, but Ji-seong knew the importance of Dao heart. Without the proper Dao heart, it is impossible for a person to reach the supreme realm, let alone bear heaven mandate and prove the Dao. In fact, even great emperors have to have a strong enough Dao heart. Do not think that as long as you acquire the heaven mandate, then you automatically can become a great emperor. No, if you wear the crown, then you must bear the weight. The same concept applies to the heaven mandate. Ji-seong knew those cultivators who acquired the heaven mandate, but did not have the necessary Dao heart to bear it are referred to as pseudo-emperors. However, these people are still unimaginably powerful compared to the supreme realm true monarch that people still call them great emperor. Of course, these knowledge are considered the highest secrets of this world. Only when someone reached a certain cultivation level that they might be privy to said information. While everybody was still processing this news, Prime Minister Zhao Yao reminded them, "Do not also forget that this pagoda trial has at least 9 layers. We can only imagine how powerful or effective the other trials are. Prime Minister Zhao Yan, you should notify His Majesty of the situation here." A few days passed after the secret meeting. Prime Minister Zhao Yan was standing in front of a formation, while seemingly talking to somebody else on the other side. "Your Majesty, the Dao opening sect refused to let us participate in the pagoda trial again, let alone witnessing the other 8 trials. I figure things would not be so simple. In that case, we will offer that material to them as bargain chips." "Are you sure of this, Your Majesty? This material is very rare and precious. Compared to the possibility of a future great emperor, what is the worth of a rare material?" "As you wish, Your Majesty. The Dao opening sect will probably not allow Songer to participate in all 9 trials. Try to negotiate as much as possible. But my bottom line is at least 3 trials. One last thing, tell Songer that if he could not achieve a satisfactory result, then I'm taking away his status as Crown Prince." Prime Minister Zhao Yan was visibly surprised. As the person who knew His Majesty the best, he could tell that he was serious about this announcement. However, he could also realize the reason for it. This trip to the Dao opening sect was an eye-opener for the high level of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty. During the past 10 years, everyone in the dynasty has been marveling at the fact the Crown Prince was born with the heavy axe physique. They all believed that the future 4th emperor of the empire will be born this generation. However, the catastrophic result of the last trial was a major wake-up call for all of them. There is a brilliant and grand time coming. Nothing is set in stone. Any wrong step could lead to forever being left behind. Chapter 48. The truth of the matter was that Wang Wei was still in the Dao opening sect and was controlling everything behind the scene. His grandfather, true monarch Yu Zhuang, is indeed injured and still healing. As a result, Wang Wei rarely interacted with him and only saw a projection clone of him on his 5th birthday. However, he often saw his grandmother from his mother's side, while the one from his father's side had long passed away before his birth. The reason that Wang Wei did not show up to meet the people of the great Zhou imperial dynasty was due to the fact that his situation is not ideal at the moment. After cultivating the 10,000 things adapt to one sutra for more than 2 years, he was always in a weakened state. Wang Wei and the upper echelon feared that something might be discovered if he was to meet a powerful cultivator like retired Prince Xiang. They worried that the people of Great Zhou might be able to infer their plan based on the condition of Wang Wei. So, they made up a plausible excuse to explain his absence. Wang Ju walked in the Wang family courtyard as usual to report the latest development of the situation with Crown Prince Jisong. As soon as she entered, Wang Ju saw the young sect master wiping out a dark green liquid from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, there was another puddle of dark green blood or bile in the floor emanating a foul odor, looking quite dangerous. "Damn poisons," muttered Wang Wei. "What brings you out so early in the morning?" "Young master, there are new developments in the situation with the Crown Prince." "Oh, I thought I already explained not to allow him to enter the trial again." According to the elders, the great Zhou imperial dynasty offered a price that is hard to refuse. As such, they wanted to know your opinion on the matter. Wang Wei was intrigued. The Dao opening sect is very powerful and full of resources. If there is something that can actually tempt, it must be extraordinary. Wang Wei took the jade talisman that explained the price that the people of Great Zhou were willing to offer. According to this information, when Wang Wei cultivates the ancient desolate body refining scripture to a certain level, he will need material based on the 5 elements to further refine his powerful body. As such, the sect's upper echelons made a list of the 5 most powerful materials in the entire myriad emperor world that represent the 5 elements of wood, fire, metal, earth, and water. They believed that only by providing Wang Wei with the best so he can have a higher chance of being victorious during the heavenly battle. However, despite the deep foundation of the Dao opening sect, they could only gather 2 of the 5 materials. The other 3 are either too rare to be found, in the hands of another powerful sect or faction, or even might be already extinct in the long river of time. However, to their surprise, low and below, the great Zhou imperial dynasty offered one of the missing materials as an offer to allow their crown prince to participate in the pagoda trials again. After reading the material again, Wang Wei knew the gist of things. He pondered for a moment before replying. "Tell the elders that they can accept the offer, but the highest level of trial he can participate in is the 4th. No more than this. If they insist, tell the elders that they can just refuse the material." After saying all of this in a single breath, Wang Wei coughed again and spewed out a few more puddles of black blood. Also, add a time limit. Wang Wei was not too worried about this precious material. Since he knew where it was bound to be his. Even if he was not strong enough to take it by force, he could still take it by other means. From what he learned about Crown Prince Jisong, he is a very rash and arrogant person. When the time comes, just use the material as the prize for a competition, then arouse him by reminding him of his defeat in the pagoda trial, then he can legally or openly acquire it. Wang Wei has this level of confidence in himself. Suddenly, Wang Wei asked, "Did you release our bait properly?" "Yes, just like you ask, young master. One of the disciples got drunk and revealed the news that you were not originally going to participate in the Spirit Road trial, but suddenly changed your mind for no reason." "That's good," replied Wang Wei, satisfied with Wang Ju's work as usual. Soon afterward, Wang Ju left the manor to relay the young master's order to the elders. Of course, she did not forget to remind a few maids to go and clean up after the young master and bring him a few more tonics to ease his pain. A few days later, in the guest hall of the Dao opening sect, Prime Minister Zhao Yan was talking to His Majesty Ji-1 through the long-distance communication formation. How was the result? Your Majesty, they accepted our offer. The Crown Prince can participate in 4 trials in the pagoda. However, they still gave us a time limit of half a year. Well, better than our bottom line. As for the time limit, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Having more pressure can inspire Songer to work harder. It is a shame that the Dao opening sect did not allow His Royal Highness Ji Su to also participate no matter what price we offered them. Well, Suer will understand like always. Additionally, there are other ways to polish Dao heart. Although not as effective as this pagoda, it still counts better than nothing. Well, what about the main cause of the visit? Did you discover anything? The brocade guard could not find any useful information, but we did learn something useful from the discussions of one of the disciples. According to the information we received, the young sect master did not initially plan to participate in the Spirit Road trial, but suddenly changed his mind around the same time that the news was released. We have inferred that the Dao opening sect is truly after something in the Spirit Road trial, but we cannot confirm whether it has anything to do with the ancient desolate body refining scripture. No matter the odds or what plan they have, it is worth it to take the risk. We just have to take extra caution this time around. We will use multiple methods to ensure the safety of Songer during the Spirit Road trial. If it was normal times, Sovereign Ji-1 would be extremely cautious and would never allow his most favorite and talented son to take such risks. But recent events have put him on constant edge. Sovereign Ji-1 realized that this generation's Heaven Mandate battle will truly be extraordinary. Any advantage that his son can acquire would be of immense benefit. Furthermore, lately, he has been reminiscing of the Heaven Chosen of his generation, especially Wang Tian, the current sect master of the Dao opening sect. This man's swordsmanship was truly unique and unparalleled. Even through this day, he still has lingering fear when he thinks of that year's unmatched sword cut. In fact, when he learned that his generation did not have a Heaven Mandate battle, part of him was truly relieved not to have to face Wang Tian in battle. This thought has been the greatest shame of his entire life. And he knew that many Heaven Chosen of his generation felt the same way. As such, he did not want his son to be like him. He did not want his son to live in the shadow of his past enemy son. So, despite the fact this trip to the Spirit Road might be a trap, as long as there is the possibility of getting such great benefit as the ancient desolate body refining scripture, he will still take the bait. Chapter 49. Another 2 years passed by quickly. Wang Wei had reached the bare minimum age to start cultivating, and the Spirit Road trial was only a few days away. Nothing new or exciting happened the past 2 years except for the Great Zhou Dynasty visit. More than a year and a half ago, Crown Prince Ji Song finished his time in the pagoda and the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty delegates left the domain of the Dao opening sect and returned to their own. Wang Wei saw Ji Song from a few li away before he left. He could easily notice the difference between him now and when he first came to the sect. He was more calm and less irrational. He still had the arrogance on him, but now it was more hidden. Just like Wang Wei used to be, hide the arrogance or pride deep in the bones instead of displaying it on the surface. Of course, Wang Wei also knows that Ji Song did not magically become more wise. He could still tell that this crown prince was the kind of person that likes to use his fist as his first option when encountering any kind of problem. But now, after the pagoda trial, he became more cautious when doing things. His first instinct was not to immediately rush into battle. In fact, Ji Song's results in the trial were not even as good as Li Jun, let alone Wang Wei. This is the disadvantage of special physique. Their physique has no effect on things like mind, spirit, will, or Dao heart. In fact, it can be said that their special physique is quite detrimental to their state of mind. Ever since they were young, these people were always praised as geniuses or heaven chosen, or that they were future great emperors. With all of these constant praise from birth, their egos are actually quite massive. As such, the majority of them are prideful and arrogant. Compared to people like Li Jun who have lived in a world of loneliness and without any significant presence, These people with special physique are actually lacking a lot. Of course, the state of mind of these special heaven-chosen will also be tempered and changed. When they encounter their first failure, then they will realize that the world doesn't revolve around them. When they meet other people with special physiques, they will realize that they are not as special as their loved one made them out to be. The myriad emperor world is vast and boundless. The population can be counted in the trillions. If there is one thing that this world does not lack is miracle. No matter how low the probabilities are, in this world, it is still impossible. As such, these heaven-chosen with special physiques will eventually learn their insignificance in the grand scheme of things and strive to improve themselves, to walk in the path of constant self-improvement. Despite all of this, many people will do anything to have a special physique due to the simple fact that most people with special physique cultivate faster, are stronger, and have longer lifespan than ordinary cultivators, especially in the early and middle stage of cultivation. In the early and middle stages of cultivation, people with special physique can be considered the darlings of heaven and earth. Everything seems to come faster and easier for them. Of course, this statement only applies to ordinary cultivators. This world has cultivated countless terrifying geniuses that having a special physique is mainly providing in individuals a higher starting line than ordinary people. A good example of this is Han Li. Despite having such a powerful physique as the Heavenly Thunder physique, he cannot be considered a top-level heaven-chosen. Throughout his cultivation journey, he has lost countless fights. From the information that Wang Wei has gathered on him, he could determine that Han Li did not use his full potential. As a person with a thunder-prone physique, the best approach would be to absorb thunder tribulation to refine his body into a supremely powerful one. Then, when strong enough, try to absorb divine punishment thunder, one of the highest level of thunder that is said to be powerful enough to even kill great emperors. In Wang Wei's eyes, the heavenly thunder physique is a total waste in the hands of someone like Han Li. At the end of the day, it is the person that determines the height that a special physique can reach. Wang Wei was standing in the Wang family mountain waiting for the arrival of the elders and the other participants. Now that he is 15 years old, he has become a tall young man with a height of 185 meters. He is quite handsome, inheriting the good genes of both his parents. However, the most noticeable part about him was his temperament. He gives people the feeling that nothing in this world could bother him, that he could do whatever he wants and nothing or no one could stop him, whether it was gods, demons, immortals, and heaven and earth, not even a great emperor itself. His blasphemous attitude is actually quite appealing to women. Another person was standing next to Wang Wei chatting with him. It was his childhood friend and best brother, Li Jun. If there was an award for the person who changed the most in the past few years, it would have to go to Li Jun without any worthy contestant. Due to the fact that he also cultivated the 10,000 things adapt to one sutra, he lost all of his baby fat and also became a handsome guy. Unlike Wang Wei's defiant temperament, Li Jun is more of a chill, relax or laid-back person, but behind that relaxed look, there was a terrifying fighting will that convey the idea that no matter what happens, no matter the circumstance, I will fight to my dying breath. You want me to stop fighting, you want to beat me, then kill me. Only death can stop me. In fact, Li Jun has lived by this creed or oath in the past few years. In Li Jun's eyes, there are only two things that can stop him from fighting. One is death, and the other is the order of his big brother Wang Wei. In the past 7 years, Li Jun has created a reign of terror for the children of his generation. After the 9th pagoda trial, Li Jun has fought with all of the children of the Wang, Li, and Yan family every day, from both the main and branch family. No matter what day it was, no matter the circumstances, he will fight with them. Even when he started cultivating the 10,000 things adapt to one sutra, and was in a constant state of weakening and poisoning, he still fought with them. Of course, he suffered a lot because of this. You would think that he was doing this as a form of revenge for his former bullying? No, he was simply doing it to hone his fighting will, and more importantly to prepare for his special physique. Wang Wei was waiting while talking with Li Jun. So, which girl did you get at this time? Big brother Wang Wei, I was nervous all night. Where would have the time to pick up girls? Wang Wei smiled wryly when he saw a few of his maids sneaking a peep at Li Jun and then blushed red like an apple. He and Li Jun can be considered best buddies and have known each other for years. Li Jun can be considered one of the few young generations of the sect that is officially approved by Wang Wei. However, if there is one thing that gives Wang Wei a headache is the fact that this guy is actually a womanizer. Ever since he turned 14 and lost all of his fat, he started to mingle with all kinds of disciples. The amount of disciples that he had secretly had relationships with the past 2 years are countless. It seems that he could not keep things in his pants. As polygamy is a normal thing in this world, he had no major problem whatsoever. After hearing this news, Wang Wei had him investigated as he feared that Li Jun had changed and was using his new status and power to force female disciples to have relationships with him. But it turns out that he was worried about nothing. According to the information he received, this guy is apparently very charming, and many female disciples are simply obsessed with him. It was also during this time that Wang Wei learned that there were many secret lists distributed in the sect. Li Jun ranked number 3 in the most handsome man, while he ranked number 2. Li Jun ranked number 3 in the most charming, while he ranked number 1. He also ranked number 2 in the person that girls most want to be married to, while Li Jun ranked number 1. Wang Wei was of course not convinced. Who could be more handsome than him? After investigating, it turned out to be one the contemporary sacred son ranked 5th. Well, he had to admit that this guy deserved his ranking. Wang Wei was most puzzled by the last list. As the young sect master, the future sacred son, future sect master, and future great emperor, should he not be the man that most girls in the sect want to marry? After investigating, he discovered that most female disciples believed that they are not worthy to be his main wife, but many have expressed their willingness to be his consort, concubine, or even serving maid. A funny little incident happened during that time. After hearing the description of the female disciples, Wang Wei released a statement to all the girls in his sect that they are in fact worthy of him as long as they can get into his heart. After releasing this statement, Wang Wei's popularity in the sect increased greatly, but it also brought him a great deal of problems. Every time he left the Wang family mountain, he would always, accidentally, encounter a bunch of beautiful female disciples that struck up a casual discussion with him. He talked to them all. No matter who they were, as long they approached him, he would get to know them. With his powerful memory brought by his soul, he could remember each one and call them by their names, which brought a lot of favor to him. An odd thing was the fact that he kept thinking about the girl he had seen in his 4th trial in the pagoda, the one that only he saw. His intuition told him that there was some kind of connection between the two of them and he would meet her again one day. However, after more than a month, things got out of control. There were too many accidental encounters. One time he met more than 100 female disciples at once. Then they started fighting for who would get to meet and talk to him. The battle was quite fierce. If Wang Ju was not accompanying him and protecting him from the aftershock of this battle, he possibly could have been severely injured. It was at that moment that Wang Wei truly realized the power of cultivators and strengthened his determination to cultivate the highest realm possible or even go beyond it. Chapter 50. Soon someone walked over toward Wang Wei while he was talking to Li Jun. To be precise, it was 2 people, one being sect master Wang Tian and an old man full of white hair dressed in very plain and ordinary clothes. He looked like an ordinary grandfather that doted on his grandchildren by secretly giving them candy when their parents strictly forbade them not to eat sweets before dinner. Li Jun was the first to notice, so he quickly bowed. "Hello, sect master." "Oh, Li Jun, how many times that I have told you that you can call me uncle?" Li Jun smiled wryly, then answered, "I will remember from now on, uncle." "Father, what brought you here? I thought we had already said our goodbyes?" "Wire, I'm here this time to introduce you to your Dao protector, true monarch Yanqin. He will follow you throughout most of your life and protect you. In most cases, he will not intervene unless someone of too much higher cultivation level attacks you." True monarch Yanqin smiled and said, "Young master, you do not need to worry. Unless I'm dead, nothing will happen to you." Then I will be in your care, Supreme Elder Yanqin. There is no need to be so formal, just call me by my name. Wang Wei smiled but did not do so. Although he had a high status, Wang Wei knew the importance of respecting people of much higher strength than him. Unless he reaches a certain level himself, he will still respect these people. Furthermore, Wang Wei can easily guess that the appearance of true monarch Yan Chen was in fact due to political negotiations between the upper echelons of the sect. As the future emperor groomed by the sect, the Wang family will yield a great amount of power in the future. As such, as a compromise, the Wang family has to find ways to tie the other families with them and gain their unwavering support. Due to the brotherhood of Wang Wei and Li Jun, the Li family was more than happy. What can be closer than childhood friends who grew up together and wear the same pants? However, the Yan family was not satisfied yet. As a compromise, the Wang family had to allocate the position of Dao protector to the Yan family, hence the appearance of true monarch Yanqin. The status of Dao protector is actually quite high. As the name implies, the person is in charge of protecting your Dao, even if it means at the cost of their own life. Being a Dao protector means taking an oath to put the safety of someone else above everything else, even yourself. This is the reason that the Wang family allowed someone else to protect Wang Wei instead of doing it themselves. After finishing introducing himself to Wang Wei, Yan Chen then looked at Li Jun and said, "You must be Li Jun. Not bad, not bad. Your Li family has a good successor this generation. You will meet my grandniece during your journey. Help me protect her during the trial if you have the chance. I will do my best to protect her, sir." Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Wei and his father were having their own discussion. "Is there anything else, father?" "No, that is all I have to say to you. Be safe and do everything according to plan. Unless necessary, do not try to improvise." "Father, you already said these to me. By the way, I meant to ask, why did you turn into a middle-aged man during the past few years? Is something wrong with your cultivation?" "No, nothing is wrong. It's just that now that you are a young man, I cannot look like him, your brother can I. That would lose all my authority as a father." Wang Wei looked at him incredibly and muttered, "As if you had any authority at all." "I heard that, boy. Do you want an ass whooping? Why don't you talk about authority with mom?" Wang Tian's next words choked in his throat after hearing his son's words. Immediately afterward, he became angry out of shame and said in a slightly raised voice, Go, get out of my sight." Luckily for Wang Wei, the elders in charge of transporting all the participants soon arrived in the Wang family mountain, accompanied by the rest of the people. Great Elder Wang Fu of the refining hall brought a gigantic ship that stood in the air, floating as if lighter than the air itself. There were countless formations engraved on the ship. Wang Wei had heard of this ship known as Void Boat. It was extremely powerful as it could teleport to any destination that he has the coordinates to. Furthermore, from the description that Wang Wei heard from Great Elder Wang Fu, this ship was a supreme tier void boat, which means that its formation was powerful enough to severely injure saints and withstood many attacks from supreme realm powerhouses. Wang Wei could guess that this ship was taking out as a form of protection for him, but to be honest, he thought that the sect were taking things a little too seriously. Before departure, many of the participants, including children from different families and disciples accepted outside by the sect from a very young age, started getting to know each other and promised to protect one another if given the chance. In the corner of the ship, there was a beautiful and lively young girl staring intently at Wang Wei. She thought to herself, "According to the family's order, this is the main target of the mission. And if everything fails, then..." Immediately afterward, she looked at Li Jun next to Wang Wei. "Initiate Plan B." She walked over and introduced herself. "Hello, Brother Wang Wei. My name is Yan Liling. It is a pleasure to meet you." "Last name Yan. Are you a member of the Yan family?" "That is correct. Great Elder Yan Mei is my aunt." "Oh, you must be the grandniece that Supreme Elder mentioned to me a while ago." "That may be me. You must Li Jun. I heard of all of your legendary exploits the past 2 years." Li Jun smiled awkwardly and did not know what to say. From his years of experience, this kind of girl is not easy to deal with. Wang Wei, on the other hand, was quite perplexed. He had never heard of Great Elder Yan Mei having a niece. It was during these moments that he truly missed Wang Ju. In this situation, all he needed to do was ask if he wanted to know something. While the three of them were still conversing, the void boat had already started. Despite its ability to teleport, the voyage still took more than 2 days. The reason for that was due to the fact that the domain that Spirit Road trial was taking place in was quite the distance away from. The void boat needed to make more than one teleportation to arrive there. Soon, Wang Wei found himself arriving in a city. There were countless people dressed in ancient garments. Some were easily noticeable as they were made of special materials, while others looked bland and faded away due to constant wash and tear. It was in this moment that Wang Wei truly realized that he had reincarnated into an ancient world full of cultivators. The custom, culture, habit, and way of life is completely the same as the Han people of his former life. The only difference was just the language. As the void boat arrived in Falling Leaves City in the Blowing Wind domain, which is located somewhere in the south of the Chilean central continent, a lot of commotion arose among the people. Many people were truly awed at the sight of that beautiful and powerful-looking void boat. In a famous inn called Autumn Blooms somewhere in the city, many disciples participating in the Spirit Road trial stayed there accompanied by their senior brother and sisters. A conversation took place in the corner table of the room. A young mortal was drinking and talking to 2 other people, one woman and another much older man. "Senior sister, does our Blue Sword Holy Land have a gigantic and magnificent void boat this size?" "Little junior brother, stop dreaming big. This void boat is probably a supreme tier magic weapon. Not even a supreme land can easily afford to refine one, let alone our little holy land." "Yes, little junior brother," said the more mature man. "Although our sect has 3 Saint Realm Supreme Elders, however, compared to the truly powerful sect, we are not really anything. A void boat cannot be afforded by any supreme land, only emperor-level sects can have such means." Soon after he said this, there was a snort of disdain that echoed in the room. "What do you lowly people know?" The senior brother and sister were both angry at the voice and turned around to give this person a piece of them. However, when they saw the sect emblem on the person's uniform, they calmed down and took their little junior brother and left immediately. It was because they recognized this person is from the Illusory Eye Supreme Land A sect ranked a tier higher than theirs. They knew that they could not afford to offend him. The person who said these words noticed that these people did not take any action, and his mood became much worse. He provoked these people on purpose in order to have his senior brother and sister teach them a lesson. In the past few years, he had been under a lot of pressure. Due to the fact that the path of Supreme was cut off in the last generation, there have been no new Supreme Realm powerhouse in the Illusory Eyes Supreme Land for quite some time. The ones left are from 2 generations ago. As such, they are either severely injured or their lifespan does not have much left. As the son of the sect master, he was always taught that reaching the Supreme Realm was his only goal. As for things like Heaven Mandate Battle, they were not things that he could get involved with unless he wanted to be cannon fodder. Meanwhile, in the Dao opening sect side, since arriving in this city, Wang Wei has been touring around with the utmost delight. Ever since he was born, his father and mother would not let him out of the sect. They would not even let him visit the city located at the foot of the mountain, which the sect built and was in charge of. Now, he was relishing his freedom. For some reason, Wang Wei felt that his mind was more open or clearer than ever before. Today, Wang Wei was talking to his head maid while on his daily tour. "Wang Ju, did you get any information?" "Yes, young master. In this city, there are only 3 Emperor-tier factions, 146 Supreme Lands, 567 Holy Land, and countless other factions below that." "Oh, who are the other 2? "One is the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty. They have taken the bait as the young master predicted. Crown Prince Ji-song is among the participants. The other is the Beating Heart Cult, a devil cultivator faction who had cultivated one great emperor long ago." "Devil cultivators, huh? Do you know their objectives? Will their presence affect our plans?" "Not likely. They should know how difficult it is to kill people of emperor factions in the Spirit Road trial. As for their purpose, it is easy to guess. The Beating Heart cult has an initiation ceremony in which their cultivators must carve out and eat the beating heart of their enemies in order to cultivate their techniques. In order not to outrage other factions, they usually use the Spirit Road trial as a way to openly do it as long they do not target the right people. Wang Wei frowned. He realized that the cultivating world is not as peaceful as he imagined. If he was not born into a powerful sect, who knows what fate would await him? While Wang Wei was walking and pondering, suddenly there was a riot and many people were rushing in different directions. As such, he bumped into many people. However, after bumping into one person, he felt something was wrong. He looked in every direction but he could not find that person. He checked his body and found nothing. Wang Wei thought that maybe he was too distracted. However, as soon as that thought came to his mind, his instinct kicked in and reminded him not to take things lightly. As such, he immediately ordered Wang Ju to bring him back to his room in the inn and consult true monarch Yanchen and see if he can discover what is wrong with him. His life may be in the line here. Chapter 51. When Wang Wei arrived at the inn, he immediately called true monarch Yanchen and great elder Wang Fu, then explained to him the feeling he had a few moments ago. Wang Fu then placed a formation in the room to isolate it from the outside world, providing true monarch Yanchen a quiet room to operate. Soon, Wang Wei felt a powerful force scanning every part of his body. Whether it was his body or soul. Although he felt a little discomfort at the fact that he had no privacy whatsoever, well, considering what is at stake, he did not say anything. Yanchen, noticing the young master's discomfort, said a few words to appease him. Young master, I know this feels uncomfortable, but bear with it for a few moments. A few moments later, Yanchen frowned. Noticing the change on his facial expression, Wang Wei asked, "Did you find something? Is there something wrong with me?" "No, that's not it. Young master. I'm just surprised at how powerful your soul is." "Oh." Of course Yanchen did not tell the whole truth. What he did not say was that he noticed a strange breath deep in the soul of the young master. However, as he approached to scan it, an overwhelming sense of dread came to him. His instinct was warning him that if he got closer, he would suffer dire consequences. After the scan, Yanchen did not find anything worthy of taking note. There was nothing wrong with the young master. However, he was not happy. He suddenly realized that the young master's soul might become a big problem on his path of cultivation before it would become his boost. He should warn the other old guys so that they can prepare in advance. There is still plenty of time left. Young master, I did not find anything wrong. Maybe you had noticed the wrong person or thing. Is Supreme Elder Yanchen right? Am I too on edge? Wang Wei started thinking. Then he immediately overthrew this idea. He believed in his intuition. So now he had to find the exact cause of the problem. Then he thought of the situation during the day. That riot was too coincidental. Supreme Elder, check again. This time focused on the arm that I was bumped into. Do not leave any place unchecked. As you wish, young master. True monarch followed instruction and used his divine consciousness to scan the shoulder and arms that Wang Wei referred to. Suddenly he asked, "Young master, did you ever have a tattoo or mole on your clavicle?" "Tattoo? No, never." Wang Wei slid off his robe and noticed a little mole on his shoulder. It was never there before, so he was perplexed. As true monarch Yanchen scanned the moles carefully, he finally discovered something. This seemed to be some kind of talisman. What a fascinating idea to make one so small and plants on people. However, I'm not really proficient in runes, so I do not know what it is for. Wang Fu, come look and see if you can discover something. Wang Fu walked over and also scanned the small tattoo. What a genius design. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a tracking talisman. Another person should have a similar talisman on his body, allowing him to track the whereabouts of the young master at all times. However, who would do such a thing? The great Zhou imperial dynasty, answered Wang Ju in the corner. Only them have sufficient motives to know the whereabouts of the young master at all times. It seems that our bait has been hooked, pondered Wang Wei. What about the task that I have given you regarding Prince Jisoo? As you ordered, young master, I have been increasing the intelligence gathering around Prince Jisoo, but it will take some time to infiltrate his inner circle without arousing his suspicion. Wire, do you think that this plan was orchestrated by Prince Jisoo? Yes, Uncle Wang Fu. Ever since Prince Jisoo came to our sect, I have been paying attention to him. From the information that I have read about him, Jisoo seemed to have no malice or grudge against his brother for taking over his position as crown prince. One might think that he truly loved his brother, but we all know that there is never true brotherhood between members of the royal family. Killing fathers and brothers for the throne is a completely normal thing. Of course, I'm not bored enough to simply snoop at the personal affairs of the great Zhou royal family. The reason I pay attention to Jisoo is because I noticed that he seemed very intelligent and had a very tactical mind. More importantly, Ji-song seemed to listen to him, or at least considered his opinion for most things. Ji-song is a brute by nature. You can easily deal with him as long you are stronger than him. However, if he has an intelligent brother like Jisoo behind his back, then his shortcomings will be made up, thus raising his level of threat by a great deal. The people in the room started to ponder the meaning of Wang Wei's words. In the fight for the heaven mandate, force might not always be the solution. In this world, the concept of, in front of absolute strength, all plans are a joke, is in fact the greatest mockery of itself. Throughout the history of the myriad emperor plane, there have been countless invincible geniuses that suffered great losses in front of a well-thought-out and methodical plan. A great example can be easily discovered, that is sect master Wang Tian. In his generation, he was an unparalleled swordsman who installed great fear and dread on his peers as an enemy. However, he suffered countless losses at the hands of his now wife who preferred to use her brain. According to information that Wang Wei heard from his mother, he once tricked his father into a dead zone where there was no food, water, or spiritual energy to replenish his cultivation level. And he could not open his space ring or contact the outside world. If it was not Grandpa to pay some price to track him down and rescue him, he would have died in there. In the fight for heaven mandate, intelligence can be a great asset. That is why Wang Wei had someone monitor Jisoo and even try to infiltrate his inner circle. Young master, do you want me to remove the talisman? There is no need, Supreme Elder. Leaving it will make things easier for us as we do not need to use our own way to track Ji-song. He will come to me on his own. After a brief moment, Wang Wei suddenly asked, Wang Ju, did you receive any information of other Emperor tier factions from other continents participating in the Spirit Road trial? Young master, according to the information sent by the spies located in other cities that have entrances to the Spirit Road trial, there were no other Emperor lineage that participated in the test. They all seemed disinterested this year. Well, that's good, it means less variables to our plans. Alright, I will go rest now. After ending the conversation, everyone acted like nothing happened. Wang Wei continued to enjoy his newfound freedom and his tour around the city. He needed to be in the right mindset to participate in the slaughter that was about to take place. However, another unexpected thing happened to him. During one of his tours, on the day before the opening of the secret realm where the Spirit Road trial takes place, he encountered a boy who made his Chi Dragon act weird. After observation, Wang Wei came to the conclusion that this boy would have a lucky encounter that is of great value to him. As such, he did not hesitate to use a similar method of the great Zhou dynasty and secretly tracked him. The day of the trial soon arrived. A massive formation appeared in front of the participants, forming a gate. Wang Wei was the first person to enter, followed by the people of the great Zhou imperial dynasty and the Beating Heart cult, then the rest of the participants. In the Dao opening sect, as soon as Wang Wei and the other participants left, a group or delegate of the sect left and headed straight toward the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. Among the people present in the delegation, there were more than 10 Saint Realm True Person, 3 Supreme Realm True Monarchs, and a middle-aged man that seemed to have the highest status in the group. All the people stood patiently and awaited his order, without the slightest impatience or arrogance, only boundless awe and envy. As soon as that person appeared, all the powerful people in the world felt a unique pressure that emanated from his presence alone. As such, they all looked in the direction of the Dao opening sect and uttered the same thing. Immortal Venerable. Chapter 52. As soon as Wang Wei entered the formation, he found himself on an open road, surrounded by rivers, lakes, mountains, and forests. There was no one in sight except him. Wang Wei knew that each participant would be separated into different regions. Wang Wei looked down on his arm and noticed the number 0. This was the number of people he had killed. In essence, the Spirit Road trial is essentially a massacre between geniuses or heaven-chosen that allowed them to hone their skills, mind, survival instinct, and plunder each other's luck. Furthermore, this trial is also used by many factions to select disciples. As such, the person with the highest result will often be awarded by these factions. Wang Wei was not interested in the reward of these factions, so he did not really care about getting the number 1 spot. Wang Wei was here for 3 reasons: hone his skills, plunder Qi luck, and Ji Song. This trial was the place for him to truly witness slaughter and get used to it. Although Wang Wei had killed people before, these were just defenseless prisoners unable to fight back. In this trial, Wang Wei hoped to be reborn amidst the countless killings. After contemplating his main goals, Wang Wei left in the direction of the forest. This would be his main hunting ground. Using the tree in the forest, Wang Wei began to make himself a sharp dagger out of stones and branches in the forest. While Wang Wei was preparing for his trial, Ji Song had also entered the Spirit Road trial. Unfortunately, he was separated from Wang Wei by a few regions. However, he was not discouraged as the talisman in his arm told him the direction of his target. Ji Song started heading in the direction of Wang Wei when he remembered the warning of his big brother and stopped. According to his big brother, there is a high chance that the Dao opening sect is laying a trap to ambush him, so he must be prepared and take things slowly. Although Ji Song did not think that the young master of the Dao opening sect could do anything to him with his strength, he knew that his big brother was way smarter than him and it is better to listen to him. As such, he did not immediately go after him and decided to take the necessary precautions that his big brother told him to do. After Ji Song, the devil cultivator named Du Bo entered the trial. Immediately, he became excited about the prey he was about to kill. His imagination of how delicious their beating hearts will be almost made him soil himself. Too bad I could not touch these 2 guys from emperor lineage, Du Bo thought to himself. Nonetheless, there were still many preys to enjoy here. Following these 2, countless other participants entered the Spirit Road trial from all 5 continents and from the lower plane. Meanwhile, in just a few hours, Wang Wei has managed to create a stone knife as a weapon. In fact, Wang Wei does not really like to use weapons, he preferred to use his first. However, given the fact that his body is quite weak now, a weapon is much more safe and efficient. After making a weapon, Wang Wei did not immediately start killing, but started scouting the environment and becoming familiar with it. Then he found the perfect shelter that can prevent sneak attack at night and was close to a water source. After resting for more than an hour, Wang Wei started his hunting. The Spirit Road trial is divided into 2 segments. In the first half year, the participants must slowly adapt to surviving in the wild. And they must track their opponents using their own method if they want to know their whereabouts. In the second segment, the location of each person will be displayed once they reach a certain distance. Furthermore, the locations of the top 10 will always be displayed to all contestants. Another important part of the second half is the fact that many secret realms will be opened and many people can have lucky encounters. In the first half it is quite difficult for other participants to track other people, but it is different for Wang Wei. With his true vision ability, he can see the Qi dragons above the heads of any participants. As such, he can easily track them. Wang Wei soon located the nearest target near him. It was a beautiful girl dressed in clean and beautiful clothes. Wang Wei could tell that she was a pampered rich girl and had no experience as she was cleaning the dirt in her clothes and left herself wide open for an attack. Wang Wei heard the girl mutter something about her bodyguards. From this information, Wang Wei can guess that this girl was sent by her parents to experience life and tempered her, thus they send powerful bodyguards to protect her. Unfortunately, the girl was separated from her protection service and became alone. Wang Wei wondered what her parents were thinking. Didn't they know that everyone will be transported to different places in the trial? Of course, Wang Wei will not show any sympathy for her because she is a girl. Anyone who stepped into this trial should do so with the awareness that they may not leave here alive and in one piece. As such, Wang Wei sneaked behind the girl, tripped her into the ground with her face upward facing the blue sky, pinned her down with his knee and then stabbed her into her throat. Blood spilled all over Wang Wei while the young girl looked at him with fear and shock. She could not believe that she died like this. As she tried to speak her last word, blood gurgled out of her mouth. Then everything stopped as her eyes lost the last ray of light and became sluggish and empty. She was dead. After killing the girl, Wang Wei noticed that her chi dragon disappeared and was swallowed by his own, thus increasing the intensity of the purple color. He had plundered her luck. Afterward, Wang Wei started to ponder his actions during this fight. When he looked at the blood all over his body, he could still savor the unpleasant taste of iron, and he felt disgusted by being so dirty. He realized that his actions were not so smooth. He could have held the girl from behind and slit her throat. That way, his action would be faster, more efficient, and he would not have so much blood on him. Wang Wei realized that he did not have much experience when it came to fighting. All of his knowledge is purely theoretical. As such, coming to this trial was an experience that he truly needed. After summarizing his faults, Wang Wei headed for his next prey. He was determined to be reborn in this trial and take another major step on his path to one day bear heaven's mandate and prove the Tao. Chapter 53. After the first battle, Wang Wei had to find a new outfit as his old one was unusable. As such, he had to stitch a new outfit out of the pelt of the animals he hunted. He burned his old one as the blood could attract certain dangerous animals in the forest. After resting for a day, Wang Wei hunted his breakfast and headed toward his next target. There were 3 of them at the same time camping further down the river from the previous rich girl. It was a combination of 2 boys and 1 girl. Wang Wei stalked them from a distance based on their chi dragon. Wang Wei pondered his next course of action and came up with the idea of assassinating each of them at night, while they were sleeping. However, he soon gave up this plan as he realized that his purpose in this trial was to experience combat, not just to kill people and reach the number 1 spot to receive the rewards at the end. Only by fighting in direct confrontation can he learn something and increase his fighting experience. Although he did a lot of training with Li Jun before he came here, it was not as effective as true experience in life or death battles. However, there was still a problem. There is 1 Wang Wei, while the enemy has 3 people. Wang Wei knew his limits. He was not yet ready to fight more than 1 person at once. So, he waited for one of them to be separated from the group. Those 3 people were very cautious, unlike the rich girl. They spent most of the time in a group, and they took turns as watchguard to provide the other 2 with enough rest to fight when necessary. Wang Wei was very patient and observed the 3 of them for more than 4 days without any rest. Unlike ordinary people, Wang Wei's body was already inhuman. He did not need food every day to survive. Due to the fact that he cultivated the E10,000 things adapt to 1 sutra, Wang Wei only needed a bit of sunlight every day and his body could function normally for a whole 7 days without problem. Soon, Wang Wei's patient was rewarded. The female companion complained that she was tired of eating fish from the river for 4 consecutive days and she wanted to go hunting for other animals for food. The other 2 agreed with her and one of them left with her, while the other stayed and guarded their home base made of cozy tents. As soon as they were separated, Wang Wei approached the guy left behind. However, things did not go as easy as last time. The other guy was always on guard and immediately noticed someone approaching him. Wang Wei watched as his opponent took out a knife similar to his. He was not flustered at the fact that his enemy was alerted to his presence. In fact, his objective was never to be subtle. Wang Wei watched this guy carefully. He was slightly shorter than him, but more robust. He noticed the calluses in his hands, signifying that this man was well either trained or used to do hard labor as a living. The two people stared at each other in order to find the right opening to attack, testing each other's patience. Ordinarily, Wang Wei would be more than happy to wait for the right time to attack. However, time was not in his favor. He knew that this guy had companions that would eventually return. The longer Wang Wei waits, the less favorable the situation will become for him. As such, he no longer waited and attacked directly. If there was no opening, then he would make one. Wang Wei launched toward the guy and stabbed him. This time he went directly for a vital organ, the lung. The other guy dodged the knife by slightly twisting his upper torso, then retaliated by stabbing Wang Wei in his eyes. Wang Wei moved his whole body to dodge, then followed his first attack with a kick directly in the back of the person's kneecap to stop his opponent from moving. The other guy slightly moved legs so that Wang Wei's kick will hit his knee instead. When Wang Wei noticed this change, he had to lower his kick to hit the guy's shin, otherwise the bones on his feet would crack if he directly hit the person's knee. After this attack failed, Wang Wei did not stop and continued to stab his opponent in different parts of his body: eyes, heart, lungs, and brain. However, this guy managed to dodge all of his attacks and retaliated against him. They both fought for more than 5 minutes, each person trying to stab the other without saying a word to one another. Wang Wei knew that time was of the essence. The longer he fought, the more of a dangerous situation he was in. As Wang Wei painted in exhaustion and began to plan his exit strategy, he suddenly realized something. His opponent was not fatigued at all by the previous fight. He was not painting like him, his breath was regular, his foot was steady in the ground. What frightened Wang Wei the most was the fact that his opponent barely moved from his spot the whole fight. Puzzled and intrigued, Wang Wei began to use his powerful memory brought by his soul to recount every detail of the fight. It was then that he realized that this guy was actually using a superb dodging method. Every time Wang Wei attacked him, he would use the least amount of movement to dodge the attack. His movements were quick, efficient, and subtle. He did not waste any energy unless necessary. This was the reason that Wang Wei was tired after the fight, but this guy was not. After reviewing this guy's movement over and over again in just a few seconds, Wang Wei took a deep breath to adjust his state, then he attacked again. Wang Wei stabbed this guy again with rapid movement. This time he went for the lungs again. The guy repeated the same dodging technique and stabbed Wang Wei in his eyes. Wang Wei slightly bent his head to avoid the knife, then continued to uppercut the guy on his chin with his left hand. The guy tilted his head slightly to the left to dodge the uppercut, then kicked Wang Wei's waist with his right leg. Right when his leg was about to hit, Wang Wei lifted his left leg and allowed the kick to directly hit his knee. The guy groaned in pain. The timing was so perfect that he did not have time to redirect his kick. Wang Wei immediately took advantage of his enemy's distraction due to physical pain and stabbed him on his right leg. The guy tried to pivot his leg to dodge again. Unfortunately, his nerve response was decreased due to the pain and a deep cut was left on his leg. Wang Wei managed to draw his first drop of blood during this fight. Of course, he did not let his guard down. He continued to attack the guy non-stop. The fight continued for another 5 minutes. They stab and dodge each other's attack using the least movement necessary. Suddenly, the guy said, "You copied my dodging technique." "So what?" responded Wang Wei. "Is there any rule that says you cannot learn from your enemy?" After saying that, Wang Wei attacked him again, this time heading straight for his eyes. The guy tilted his head to dodge again. However, Wang Wei's attack was actually just a feint. The moment his head moved, Wang Wei changed the upward grip on his knife to a downward one and stabbed the man's shoulder. The man screamed loudly and involuntarily held his bleeding shoulder with his other hand. Wang Wei took this opportunity to take the knife from the guy's hand and stabbed it directly in his heart, dealing a fatal blow to him. Afterward, the man dropped to his knees, then said, "The world is truly unfair. I have spent more than 8 years as a gladiator, forced to kill every day in order to buy my freedom. It took me 8 long and painful years to summarize that dodging method, yet you learned it in less than 5 minutes. I'm not willing." After saying his last word, the guy fell to the ground. He had no breath left before he even hit the floor. "Yes, you are right. Fate is the greatest mockery to us all," muttered Wang Wei. Then he turned the guy over, closed his eyes, and buried him as a way to honor the first true opponent he encountered on his cultivation path. After doing all of this, Wang Wei left the camp. Unfortunately for him, as soon as he left, he encountered the two people who went out hunting earlier. As soon as these two noticed the direction that Wang Wei came from, they felt that something was wrong and immediately surrounded him to prevent him from escaping. Wang Wei, who had just finished a hard fight, was exhausted both physically and spiritually. He knew that he was in for a hard battle. Chapter 54. When Wang Wei saw the appearance of the other two people, he knew that he was in for another fierce fight. As such, he took a deep breath to calm down. He analyzed the previous fight and summarized what he learned as quickly as possible. "What happened to Zhou Peng?" asked the girl in the group. Wang Wei looked at her. She was also quite the beauty. However, there was nothing soft or weak about her. She looked quite heroic. Wang Wei could tell that she was the kind of girl that was not under any man when it comes to fighting. "So, Zhou Peng was his name?" responded Wang Wei. "I shall remember him." "You," responded the other guy while clenching both his hands and teeth. This guy was quite short compared to Wang Wei or Zhou Peng, however he was also more lean. His steps were quiet and did not leave any marks in the ground. As soon as he finished his words, he pounced on Wang Wei without hesitation. His knife was fast, silent, and deadly. On his first attack, he went straight for the heart. Wang Wei pivoted his left foot slightly to move his body, thus evading the attack. Then his right hand moved to stab his opponent in the chest. However, as soon as he moved, he received another attack from the heroic girl. So he had to use his dagger as a defensive move to stop her attack. As soon as he placed his attention on her, the short guy attacked again. This time the attack was directed towards Wang Wei's head. As he moved his neck slightly to evade this stab, the heroic girl seemed to have anticipated this, so she immediately followed the short guy's action and stabbed him in the heart. Wang Wei did not have much space or time to properly evade this knife. As such, he moved his body to allow the knife to penetrate the space between his ribs and avoiding a major organ. Thus, Wang Wei evaded a fatal attack, but he was still injured. Right after the knife entered his body, Wang Wei immediately kicked the girl on her sternum and pushed her away from him. Wang Wei's goal was to deprive her of her weapon. However, she seemed to be experienced and still held onto her knife as she flew a few meters away. Wang Wei started bleeding. The pain was actually nothing compared to his experience in the pagoda trial. As such, he just looked at his bleeding chest and ignored it. He knew that he had no time to use proper treatment on it. Furthermore, due to the Eat 10,000 Things Adapt to One Sutra, his body will try to keep him alive on its own. This fight was far from over. A few seconds later, the heroic girl got up from the floor. Although her sternum was injured by that kick, she was still in good shape and could fight properly. Wang Wei's situation had become worse. Not only was he fighting two experienced people at once with a drained stamina, he was now injured. The heroic girl and the short guy continued to attack Wang Wei without hesitation. The guy always went for the throat, while the girl went for the legs to immobilize Wang Wei and prevent him from dodging. Wang Wei kept using Zhou Peng's dodging method to its full power, only using the slightest movement to move. Tilt his head a little when facing an attack toward his skull or eyes, slightly bend his torso to dodge an attack on the upper body, lower the shoulder to evade a stab toward his arms. Wang Wei only moved a few centimeters at times. By repeatedly dodging the attacks of these two people, he became more and more skilled in this dodging method. However, things did not go as smoothly as his fight against Zhou Peng. There were many wounds on Wang Wei's body. There were cuts on his face, arms, torso, and legs. Although most of them were shallow wounds, they still had blood coming out of them. Furthermore, as Wang Wei shed more blood, his stamina began to decrease rapidly. And so, it became more difficult to dodge, thus increasing the amount of wounds on his body. This was a vicious cycle that would probably lead to his death. Of course, Wang Wei knew that he would not die. The sect has already planted secret techniques on him that would save his life when his life is truly in danger. However, Wang Wei was not reconciled to rely on them. It had only been a few days since he entered the Spirit Road trial, and he had only fought 3 times and was about to be sent out. How could he accept such failure? This fight was nothing but child's play compared to the Heaven Mandate battle, yet he was already losing so badly. He would not accept such tremendous failure. Wang Wei took a deep breath to calm his agitated mood. He concentrated and eliminated all of his thoughts that are not relevant to the fight. He found himself entering a mysterious state in which he became extremely calm, indifferent, and focused. He had no distracting thoughts whatsoever. Then, everything around him slowed down and became extremely clear. Wang Wei found himself able to predict his opponent's every move and action. From the trembling of their muscles, he could tell which body part they would use to attack. He could predict an upcoming kick, punch, or knife stab. From their facial expression or the direction that their eyes looked at, he could predict where they would attack him. He could tell if they would attack his eyes, throat, heart, or lungs. Wang Wei could even feel their killing intent. With this newfound ability, Wang Wei knew that he would be the final victor in this battle. As such, he immediately attacked with the intention to end this fight as soon as possible. Wang Wei rushed to the short guy first. When he saw the short guy stabbing him, he saw all of his action in slow motion. He could see how and when the guy lifted his hand to stab him and that the direction of his attack was toward his shoulder. He could even feel the heroic girl's presence behind him ready to attack his spine. Wang Wei immediately evaded the stab, then swiftly moved behind the short guy while he was still in the motion of stabbing. Then he held the head of the short guy. Followed by an abrupt crack sound, Wang Wei twisted and broke his neck. Then he kicked him in the direction of the heroic girl. When she saw her partner flying towards her direction without stopping, she immediately stopped her attack and pushed him aside. However, Wang Wei was ready and had already anticipated this. The moment that she pushed her dead partner aside, he threw his dagger and plunged it straight into her throat. She did not have any time to evade. The heroic girl fell down on her back with a dagger inserted in her throat. Blood splattered all over the ground, her eyes still opened, and a look of confusion on her face. She could not figure out how she died so quickly and suddenly. The odds were obviously in their favor. Wang Wei did not have time to contemplate what he learned from this fight. He immediately took his dagger and the other 2 and rushed toward his base. He was gravely injured and he could feel that the state he was in was gradually fading. Wang Wei could tell that he would pay a price for entering such a state while being so injured, so he needed a safe place before the repercussions arrived. When he arrived at his base in the forest, the first thing he did was to activate all of his traps, then put on all the herbal healing cream that he had created with different kinds of herbs he found in the forest. Wang Wei had created it in case he was wounded and needed something to heal his injuries. After doing all of this, he passed out. All he could remember before passing out was a very intense headache. However, Wang Wei knew that he had survived this ordeal and became more powerful because of it. Chapter 55. After Wang Wei woke up, he still had a massive headache. He felt like his head was constantly ringing like the bronze bells in a Daoist temple. He became confused and could not remember much. He knew his name, but forgot everything else for a moment. He forgot the date, the place he was, and what reason he was there. It wasn't until the next day that Wang Wei returned to normal. After which, he started thinking about the state he previously was in and the reason for it. More importantly, how can he re-enter it again and minimize the side effects? After contemplating for a while, Wang Wei came up with the explanation that this was the result of his powerful soul. When he concentrates or focuses on one task, he can enter a state similar to bullet time in which everything will slow down and his reaction time will dramatically increase, and his brain computing power will also exponentially increase. Wang Wei knew that this state was excellent for ordinary fights like the ones in the Spirit Road trial, but when it comes to fighting between cultivators, it will have a minimal effect. However, this state was what Wang Wei needed the most right now. Wang Wei was planning to train himself to the point that he can actually fight body-refining realm first and second layer as immortal. This was a great task as there was a great difference between mortals and cultivators. Even in the 9 layers of body-refining realm, the first 2 layers are completely different from ordinary people. An example is that Wang Wei currently can lift close to 1,000 jin or 500 kilograms due to bathing in spiritual qi for countless years and drinking and eating nutritious food every day. However, a person in the body refining 1 layer will have at least 2,000 jin or 1,000 kilograms of strength. As such, this task is very difficult. As for the reason for doing this, it is of course in order to fight with Jisong. Most special physiques do not provide the people who possess them with any benefit without starting to cultivate. In fact, without cultivating, people with special physique might not even discover their uniqueness and spend all of their life as ordinary people. However, there are exceptions, especially with the top 5 physiques. The number 1 absolute chaos physique is actually quite arrogant. Without a cultivation technique, at least at the level of saint, you can never cultivate with this physique. Any energy cultivated that is not the level of saint will be swallowed by the user's body itself. The majority of people with this physique will be labeled as waste that cannot cultivate, unless someone who knows about the characteristics of the absolute chaos physique notices the difference. The number 37 emotions 6 desires physique will provide its owner with an overwhelming amount of beauty and charm. Even without cultivating, the owner will have some slight charming abilities, and all of them are usually extremely beautiful, both men and women. The number 4 yin-yang eyes will provide the owner with the ability to see things that normal people cannot observe, like souls, ghosts, killing intent, luck, and even the spiritual qi in the air. Wang Wei's eyes only have partial abilities of the yin-yang eyes. The number 5 elements balance physique will provide its owner with a long lifespan. Without cultivating, a person with this physique can live for more than 200 years, which is comparable to body refining realm cultivators. As for the number 2 heavy axe physique that Jisong has, it will provide its owner with boundless strength or innate divine strength. As a result, Wang Wei knew that he was not Jisong's opponent right now, as the Crown Prince currently has the strength of body refining second layer. Of course, Wang Wei also knew that he still had a slight chance at winning. Although Jisong had the physical strength of body refining realm cultivators, he did not have their speed, nerve response, and control of the body through blood qi. As such, as long as Wang Wei used the right technique, he could still win the fight. Wang Wei spent more than a week to properly recuperate. In fact, he had healed after about 3 days, but spent the rest of the time training to be able to enter and exit the mysterious state at will, and also found a way to minimize the side effects. After healing, he headed out again to start his hunt anew. Soon time passed and only 5 months were left for the Spirit Road trial to end. The second segment has been going for some time now. Somewhere near a valley, more than 20 people surrounded a man dressed in animal leather, while a bunch of other people watched the fight and commented on it. "Who is that person being surrounded?" asked a thin teenager. "That's the hunter," responded another burly man with fear and respect in his eyes. The burly man was accompanied by a group of 3, 1 female archer, 1 swordsman, and 1 person with a dagger. "Who's the hunter?" asked the thin man in response. The burly man looked at him weirdly, then said, "You must not be from nearby regions?" The thin man smiled wryly in acknowledgement of this statement. The hunter is a powerful participant that has fought and killed most of the powerful heaven chosen in the nearby regions in the northeastern domain. Only a few people have managed to survive from his hands, explained the burly man, who was the captain of the team of 4. The thin man suddenly asked, "I wonder who is more powerful, the hunter of the northeast domain or the tyrant of the southern domain?" The female archer suddenly became interested, walked over and patted the thin man on his shoulder, almost breaking his bone. "Boy, who is this tyrant you spoke of?" The thin man grimaced in pain, then moved her hand from his shoulder, rubbed it with the other hand and made sure it was all right. "The tyrant is the most powerful heaven chosen of the southern domain. He is ruthless and powerful. More importantly, there is a rumor that he might possess the heavy axe physique. The number 2 special physique, huh? Muttered the female archer, ignoring the fact that he might accidentally injure the thin man. It would be an interesting fight between the two of them. Meanwhile, the hunter that these people were actually talking about is in fact Wang Wei himself. In the past several months, he had garnered a strong reputation due to his constant challenge of different geniuses. Right now, he was being encircled by more than 20 people. However, he still had a calm look over his face. He had encountered more dangerous situations than this. Wang Wei immediately entered the mysterious state. He could now read all the movements of his opponent. He rushed toward the closest one with his steel knife. He lowered his body to dodge an oncoming punch, then cut off a single muscle to make the enemy's arm unusable, then pierced his throat. Wang Wei rolled to the right side to dodge the upcoming attack from behind. He did not even look over. It was as if he had eyes on the back of his head. Without any pause, he rushed to his next opponent. He went straight for this girl's throat. However, when she tried to block the knife with hers, it turned out that Wang Wei's move was actually a feint. Immediately afterward, he bent down on the floor, did a 360-degree sweep on her legs, then plunged his knife on her throat before she even hit the ground. Afterward, Wang did a front flip to bypass the body, then ran towards the next target. However, a warning of danger came toward him. He immediately tilted his head slightly and caught something with his left hand. It was an arrow. "I'm not falling for the same mistake thrice," muttered Wang Wei. Then he looked in the direction that the arrow came from. There were at least 5 archers. Wang Wei rushed in their direction, designating them as the most dangerous of the group. However, someone immediately yelled out loud, "Protect the archers." Wang Wei did not give them enough time to regroup. However, there were still a few people that gathered together to protect the archers. Nonetheless, this situation was in fact in favor of Wang Wei. With the swiftest of speed, he pierced the brain of the person closest to him, then he used the body as a shield and ran towards the archers. A few seconds after his kill, 5 more arrows arrived towards him, which plunged themselves into the dead body he was carrying, protecting Wang Wei from 5 fatal attacks. He then threw away the body at the group of people that were protecting the archers. Before they could reload their arrows, Wang Wei threw 2 of the knives hanging on his waist. The knives flew swiftly in the air and hit the shoulders of 2 archers, thus successfully managing to disarm them and prevent them from firing again. However, the other 3 had enough time to reload and shoot at him. Wang Wei avoided the first arrow heading for his head and used his knife to change the course of the second arrow heading for his heart. However, he did not have enough time to avoid the ones directed towards his lung. As such, he used his left arm to take on the arrow instead. The arrow pierced his bicep, thus injuring him. Nevertheless, despite his injury, Wang Wei did not stop moving forward. It only took him a few seconds to arrive in front of the remaining archers, then immediately killed the functioning 3 first before killing the useless one by slitting their throats. Wang Wei did not immediately take out the arrow from his arm as he learned the hard way that this arrow was the thing preventing him from bleeding. He just cut the ends of the arrow to prevent it from hindering his vision and mobility. Afterwards, he proceeded to slaughter all of the 20 people who encircled him without leaving anyone alive. However, he did not attack the people watching as he did not regard them as his enemies. After the fight, Wang Wei returned to the base that has been his home for the past 7 months, then took his shirt off. There were countless scars all over his body. His skin that used to be as smooth as a baby's but was now tan. He now had a perfect physique with defined muscle tones and at least 8 packs. He was not too big, not too small, just the right size or the golden ration like a Greek god. Wang Wei was bandaging his left arm after putting healing cream on it. Then he looked at his right hand. The number 333 was boldly printed there, signifying the number of people falling in his hands as a proof of his growth the past few months. Suddenly, Wang Wei felt a sharp pain on his shoulder. He looked over and saw that the tracking talisman started moving. He knew that this meant that Ji Song was heading his way and that their oncoming fight was soon approaching. As long as he wins, No, when he wins this fight, his plan will come to fruition and he will take another major step toward the supreme throne of Great Emperor. Chapter 56. After bandaging his arm, Wang Wei started thinking about his next course of action. In fact, he was not too worried about his fight against Ji Song. There are too many ways he could win this fight. He could meet up with Li Jun and ganged up on Ji Song, he could lay hundreds of traps and trick him into them, he could even use poison to weaken him. During the past years, Wang Wei had learned from his mother when to fight head-on and when to use wisdom to win a fight. The only reason he insisted on fighting with him head-on and one-to-one is because he wants to challenge his limits. The majority of people in the Spirit Road trial are regular mortals when it comes to strength. As such, they are forced to use superb techniques to make up for the lack of physical prowess. Only Ji Song did not fit into this category. As such, Wang Wei wanted to fight him and see how much he has improved since the beginning of the trial. Furthermore, Wang Wei had a lingering feeling that if he won this fight just and honorably, then something special will happen to him, something important will be given to him. He does not know where this feeling came from and what will happen, but he knows that his feeling is right. As such, he plans to follow it and see the result. Wang Wei then focused intensely on his finger and a ring randomly appeared on his ring finger. It was his space ring. As this space ring was a soul-bind treasure, he could carry it everywhere with it. This was one of the loopholes of the Spirit Road trial. However, there was still one restriction. This magical treasure could not be taken out in the first half of the trial. As the Spirit Road trial was technically under the jurisdiction of Heavenly Dao, no one dares to break its rules, not even the Dao opening sect. That is the reason that Wang Wei had to make daggers out of stone or use the environment around to make things necessary for survival while he had a space ring full of food and weapons. Of course, another restriction was that the weapons smuggled in could not be too powerful, otherwise they will be immediately sealed. In fact, this restriction also applies to treasure discovered in the secret realm during the trial. Even if a participant was lucky enough to acquire a holy or supreme weapon, it would be in a sealed state. Nevertheless, treasures like swords, sabers, or spears are still quite valuable even in a sealed state. The sharpness and indestructible nature of these weapons are enough to give any participants a great advantage in combat. Wang Wei looked inside the space ring and took out 3 paper talismans. He made sure that the talismans were still working properly as they are the main material for the next plan. However, a few breaths after taking out the talismans, Wang Wei noticed a gaze coming out over his head and scanned the talisman over, then disappeared. He knew this must be the safety mechanism left by Heavenly Dao to ensure the rules are followed. For example, if those 3 talismans were powerful attack ones, they would be immediately sealed and there would be nothing Wang Wei could do about it. Thinking about this, Wang Wei felt quite unpleasant for his powerlessness and at the very idea of Heavenly Dao itself. Having someone over your head and telling what you can and cannot do is a very unpleasant thing for someone like him who pursued the path of freedom. However, he still has to put up with it now. At least for now. After checking that everything was in place, Wang Wei began to rest in order to heal the arrow wound on his left arm. Meanwhile, in the southern domain, Ji Song was trekking towards the northeast domain to meet with the young master of the Dao opening sect. While he was walking, Ji Song started thinking to himself. According to the royal elder brother, the ancient desolate emperor who created the ancient desolate body-refining scripture must have left something important in a secret realm in the Spirit Road trial. In order to acquire that thing, the Dao opening sect needed the blood of someone with a heavy axe physique to open the secret realm. As such, they released the news as bait to attract me. Most likely, there is a trap waiting for me there. Thinking of this, Ji Song sneered at this. With his powerful strength compared to body-refining realm's second layer, he did not fear anyone. Suddenly, Ji Song started thinking about the humiliation he suffered in the polishing Dao Heart Pagoda. The young master of the Dao opening sect crushed all of his records in that damn pagoda. He had never suffered such failure in his whole life. What made Ji Song more angry was the fact that he had greatly benefited from the 4 layers of the trial he had participated in. his will and Dao heart was sublimated after each trial. And yet, he was not allowed to participate in all of them. His family begged the sect to allow him to continue the trial, but they refused without any hesitation. Ever since he failed to experience the remaining 5 trials, he always had a feeling that something was missing from him, like he was incomplete. Ji Song's anger grew more and more as he reminisced of the situation back then. He suddenly clenched his fist and punched the ground. Bang! A spider crack a few centimeters was left in the ground. After releasing his anger, Ji Song continued his journey. It took him more than a month to travel through the central domain into the northeast one. During this month-long journey, many people tried to fight Ji Song, but all of them were forever buried in this trial. Upon arriving in the northeastern domain, Ji Song did not go directly to find Wang Wei as his elder brother warned him to always be cautious. He used the tracking talisman they placed on Wang Wei to map out all the places he had been. Ji Song then noticed that Wang Wei's space has been the same for the past 8 months. He became convinced that the secret realm of the ancient desolate emperor should be around there. Then Ji Song took out a hiding talisman from his soul-binding space ring. In the second half of the Spirit Road trial, the whereabouts of each participant will be shown as long as they approached each other at a certain distance. This hiding talisman is to prevent this from happening. After doing all of his preparations, he tracked down Wang Wei and began to observe him. Of course, Wang Wei was aware of Ji Song's location as soon as he arrived. He had Great Elder Wan Fu modify the tracking talisman so that he can also know the location of Ji Song just as he knew his. So, as soon as he arrived near him, he called him out. "Come out, Crown Prince Ji Song, I know that you are here." Ji Song then removed the effect of the hiding talisman, then said, "My brother was right, your Dao opening sect is indeed setting a trap for me. Isn't that right, young sect master Wang Wei? And yet here you are here, Crown Prince. Where are the other people? You do not think that you alone is a match for me. Where is that little sidekick of yours? What's his name? Li Zheng, I believe." "Interesting," exclaimed Wang Wei, who looked a little surprised. "Who knew that a brute like you could use tactics such as harassing your opponent by arousing their emotion? Your brother must have spent a lot of time teaching you that." "You." "Enough, Crown Prince Ji Song. People like us who aspire to sit at the supreme throne have their own pride. There is only me and you here. Let's get on with this fight." Ji Song tried to calm himself down. It's as Wang Wei said, the only thing that truly matters is the battle between the two of them. As people whose goals and ambitions are to become great emperor, most of the time, they can only use their fists to talk and convince each other. Ji Song rushed towards Wang Wei and punched him with all of his strength. Wang Wei, who had entered the mysterious state, moved his head slightly to dodge. However, he heard the sound of wind swaying next to his ear. He immediately knew how powerful this punch was. Wang Wei knew that if he was hit by even one Ji Song's punches, he might instantly lose this fight. Furthermore, although Ji Song's speed was not up to par with body-refining realm cultivators, he was by any means slow. If Wang Wei had not entered the mysterious state, his speed and nerve response might not be a match for Crown Prince Ji Song. No wonder people envy people with special physique. Wang Wei sighed as he knew that this fight might be more difficult than he previously imagined. Chapter 57. Ji Song kept attacking with his powerful punches, while Wang Wei kept dodging them. Sweat was dripping from his forehead. These punches were so powerful that he fears that he might be destroyed if he is hit with just one of them. However, Wang Wei did not immediately attack. He keeps dodging the attacks in order to measure the physical fitness of Ji Song, then creates a battle plan best suited for his opponent. Meanwhile, Ji Song became increasingly more furious as Wang Wei kept dodging his kicks and punches. As such, he mocked, "Is this all you're worth? If you are a man, why don't you fight head-on with me?" Wang Wei smiled, took out his dagger, then said, "You can take out a weapon too if you want. My fists are my weapons. I respect that." After saying that, Wang Wei lunges towards Ji Song. He ducked to evade a punch, then plunged his knife into Ji Song's abdomen. However, the knife did not do as much damage as he imagined. The Crown Prince's skin was strong and durable enough to negate much of the attack, and his iron-like muscle contracted to prevent the knife from going further in and doing more damage. You should know, this was a knife made out of metals. Although the knife did not have any magical properties, it was still made of very durable metal as hard as iron. Wang Wei secretly cursed the heavy axe physique. This damn physique not only provides Ji Song with great strength, but also ridiculous defense. It was during these moments that Wang Wei became excited at the idea of cultivating the ancient desolate body refining scripture and being able to build himself a more powerful body than Ji Song in the near future. Despite the failure of his first attack, Wang Wei did not stop. He continues to evade the Crown Prince's attack while stabbing him or cutting him in different parts of his body. However, Ji Song always managed to evade fatal attacks to places like his eyes or brains. In fact, Wang Wei did not want to kill Ji Song, or to be precise, he could not kill him, otherwise this fight would have gone a different way. He needs to thoroughly study the Crown Prince in order to gain his own special physique. Wang Wei soon realizes that his current tactic was not working at all. He ponders whether to take out a holy or supreme tier magical weapon from his space ring. Although the magical abilities of the weapon will be immediately sealed, the sharpness was enough to pierce Ji Song's skin and injure him. However, Wang Wei soon gave up this idea. He knew that if he took out such a weapon, then Ji Song could just take out a Holly or supreme tier weapon like armor. After all, he is also from a powerful emperor lineage. By doing something like this, their battle would become endless and meaningless. As such, Wang Wei decided to change tactics. Ji Song punched with a force of more than 3,000 jin, 1,500 kilograms. The punch hit a tree in the forest around them, destroying it and scattering it into thousands of little pieces. Wang Wei took advantage of this brief moment to stab Ji Song again, this time hitting the same spot of the previous one. This time around, the dagger entered deeper into his muscles, drawing out a few drops of blood. This tactic seemed to be working. With his newfound momentum, Wang Wei began to kite Ji Song, while stabbing him with his dagger repeatedly. With the mysterious state, he could always stab him in the same spot, over and over again, thus overlapping his attacks in the same place. This method allows Wang Wei to bypass the iron-like defense of Ji Song. A few minutes into the fight, Ji Song had countless wounds all over his body. Although these wounds are not too deep, they still hurt him enough to slowly bleed, thus also slowly draining his stamina. He knew that he cannot go on like this, so he tried something new. Ji Song concentrated all of his strength on his leg, then rushed toward Wang Wei with terrifying speed and threw a punch with all of his strength. Wang Wei's face immediately changed. The Crown Prince's speed was too fast for him to respond. He could hear the sound of the punch approaching. The fist got bigger and bigger as it approached his face. All of Wang Wei's senses started screaming danger. Wang Wei knew that he could not take this punch head-on, and he also did not have enough time to evade. As such, he decided to sacrifice his right arm. He placed his right arm in a defensive position and took the full force of the punch. Immediately afterward, Wang Wei heard the sound of his bones breaking, followed by a deep and intense pain. He did not scream, but groaned. Then, he stomped on the ground to allow the remaining force of the punch to travel to the ground. After a few breaths, a bunch of cracks appear in the ground with Wang Wei at the center. He vomited a few mouthfuls of blood, then looked at his broken arm and ignored it. He then transferred his dagger to his left hand and continued to fight. The battle was not yet over. Ji Song has just used a lot of stamina in order to make such a rapid attack. His breathing became rapid and he perspired a lot. Wang Wei did not let him rest. He used the remaining left arm and continued to stab Ji Song repeatedly. Despite the pain from his broken arm, Wang Wei did not stop. Meanwhile, Ji Song's situation became increasingly worse with the passage of time. The adrenaline rush he had at the beginning of the fight has ended. All the wounds on his body started acting up. He was in great pain and even his vision became blurry. Ji Song knew that if this fight continued like this, he would definitely lose. As such, he wanted to make one last final blow to end everything once for a while. He rushed towards Wang Wei and threw a punch. When the young sect master dodged his attack and stabbed him again, Ji Song relaxed his muscles and allowed the dagger to go deep into his body. Wang Wei became shocked with the current, unpredictable moment. Before he could react, Crown Prince Ji Song kicked him on his side with all of his strength. Wang Wei could hear the sound of ribs cracking as he flew away more than 20 meters. He crashed into more than 5 trees before falling into the ground. In just a few breaths, he could feel the bitter taste of blood mixed with dirt in his mouth, his ears start to ring and his vision becomes blurry. He coughed up a pile of blood mixed with a few pieces of internal organs. Wang Wei could tell that his spinal cord might be gravely injured. He bent his neck in a direction and saw 2 Ji Songs in the ground like him trying to get up. It seemed that his injuries had finally gotten to him and he was about to pass out due to excessive blood loss. Wang Wei knew that this fight was not really over. Whoever gets up first will be the final victor. As such, he tried as hard as possible to get up. However, it was to no avail. In fact, the pain of his broken bones are nothing to Wang Wei. In the pagoda trial, he suffered much worse pain than this in the 18 levels of hell. However, the truth of the matter is, his body was not in the shape to function properly. Wang Wei did not care about this. If he orders his body to move, then it better listens to him. His body should follow his will, not the other way around. In fact, this is exactly what happens next. By his sheer will alone, Wang Wei managed to stand up. A broken spine and shattered ribcage would not stand in his way. He slowly walks towards Ji Song, who was still trying to get up from the ground. It took a while for the 2 Ji Songs to merge into one. When Wang Wei arrived in front of him, he said, "I win." Then, with his remaining functioning left arm, he repeatedly elbows Ji Song's face until both their bodies were covered in each other's blood and the crown prince had passed out. Then Wang Wei sat on the ground breathing heavily. This was a hard-won battle. Suddenly, he felt something and looked behind him. The shadow of the young emperor finally completely materializes behind him. Wang Wei felt like his mind became more clear. He could feel the vast spirit qi dancing in the air. A bunch of information was instilled in his head. Wang Wei finally knew what the title Young Emperor represents and what benefit he can get. A young emperor is essentially a person with immense will and powerful Dao heart that is acknowledged by heavenly Dao as a person worthy to bear the heaven mandate. In order to have the title of young emperor, you must have a strong Dao heart and will at an early stage of cultivation, otherwise heavenly Dao will not acknowledge it. As cultivators grow more powerful and experience more things in their long life, their will and Dao heart will be tempered and some of them will reach the minimum standard to be able to accept heaven will. However, if a cultivator reached such a standard at an early stage of cultivation, then he will be rewarded the title of Young Emperor. As for the advantages of said title, there are a few. First, a young emperor will have a great talent for cultivation, followed by a peak purple dragon chi luck. The greatest benefit of which is that each young emperor will have a pseudo-domain-like ability. This is a great deal as only Saint Realm powerhouses can have a domain. As for Wang Wei, his pseudo-domain allowed him to decrease the strength of his opponent between 15% to 50%. This ability is not enough to make it worthy of the name Young Emperor. What is truly heaven-defying is the fact that this ability applies to any cultivator under the Great Emperor realm. That is to say, in front of Wang Wei, a supreme realm true monarch could lose half of his strength. That is truly scary enough. Chapter 58. Wang Wei spent a few minutes contemplating his new power as a young emperor. He became excited as he knew that he had another powerful card up his sleeve during his future cultivation path. Wang Wei knew that the more hidden means he has and the more diversified his hidden cards are, the better chance he has at surviving different situations. The cultivating world is weird and complex. A person can never say they are adept to survive all its intricacies. Wang Wei did not want to be like the fellow transmigrators from his past life that mostly relied on luck to survive most situations. While Wang Wei was distracted by his newfound power, a sudden sharp pain woke him up, reminding him of the terrible shape that his body was currently in. Without hesitation, Wang Wei took out a blood-red pill and swallowed it. This blood regeneration pill was a low-level profound tier pill used by body refining and divine sea realm cultivators to heal. Wang Wei frowned as he noticed the low efficiency of this pill. This probably was the lowest grade pill that he had ever taken in his life, thought Wang Wei. However, he has no choice now since this was the highest level of pill allowed to bring from the outside. According to this speed, it will take him at least 2 months to recover all of his injuries, which was too slow. In his current state, if he encounters another enemy, he will be in grave danger. Wang Wei then made a splint with the scattered wood in the forest for his broken right arm, then took another blood regeneration pill. He walked over to Ji Song's side, took out 3 jade talismans. The first one was a sleeping talisman, which placed the crown prince in a deep coma and prevented him from waking up. Wang Wei placed the second one on Ji Song's forehead or the Niwen aperture, which the resting place of the soul, while the third talisman was placed above his heart. Then, Wang Wei took out a few origin sources as energy to activate them. The second talisman began to scan every part of Ji Song's soul, while the third one scanned all of his Buddha's blood, skin, muscle, and blood marrow. Due to the fact that the crown prince has not started cultivating yet and has not opened his Niwen aperture, his scanning process was more brutal than Han Li's. Wang Wei watched as Ji Song started seizing on the floor, then blood flowed out of every gap on his body. Whether it was his eyes, nose, or ears, they were dripping with blood. His body started cramping and twisting in strange ways, then Ji Song began to scream in agony. However, the first talisman still kept him unconscious. Whether this was a good thing for him or not, maybe only he knew. Wang Wei watched all of this without much reaction, then muttered, "The path of emperor is a cruel one. If one day you are able to sit up in that supreme throne, then my fate will be at the mercy of your compassion. So, I must be the final winner, no matter what." After a few minutes, the talisman located above his heart started to draw a crimson-red drop of blood from Ji Song's body. It was his source blood. This drop of blood contains fragments of the law of power. After the first drop was taken out, soon, more were taken from Ji Song's body. However, after the 5th drop, when the 6th one was about to take, a sudden fluctuation came deep from the crown prince's body, then he disappeared. "Void-breaking talisman?" muttered Wang Wei. He was not surprised by Ji Song's disappearance, as he knew that the crown prince most likely had life-saving means implanted on him. What caught his attention was the method used. Most powerful factions will use a secret technique that transport their candidates to a secret and secure location, then heal them. However, the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty used a void-breaking talisman that allows Ji Song to forcibly break out of the Spirit Road trial. You should know that the trial takes place in a separate realm or space created by Heavenly Dao itself. To be able to use force to break out of such a secret realm proves how powerful the Breaking Void Talisman is, also, how precious it is. The Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty truly placed a lot of care on their crown prince. Wang Wei took a jade bottle to carefully store the 5 drops of source blood, then placed the bottle and the remaining 2 talismans in his space ring. Following which, he took another communicating talisman and called someone. "Hey, Li Jun, where are you now?" "Big brother Wang Wei, you finally communicated with me again after more than 2 months. Currently, I'm still in the central domain." "That's not too far. I'm currently severely injured, I need you to come pick me up." Li Jun on the other side of the communication talisman had an incredible look on his face. He had gathered information on his big brother and he knew how powerful he was as the hunter, yet he said he was severely injured. Who could do such a thing? Suddenly, Li Jun thought of something, then immediately asked, "Big brother, did you get the information and material you needed?" "Yes, I just finished." Good. Then our plan is one step closer. Don't worry, big brother, it'll be here in 7 days. No, make that 3 days. It'll be waiting then. While Wang Wei was waiting for Li Jun's arrival, a great storm was taking place outside in Falling Leaves City. Somewhere in an inn, First Prince Jisoo, retired Prince Xiang, and the head of the Imperial Guard, Zhou Fan, were eating and talking in a private room. Suddenly, the void fluctuated and a person instantly appeared in the room. Xiang was the first to notice the change in the environment and screamed, "Who is so bold?" However, he soon discovered that it was his bleeding nephew that appeared here with the breaking void talisman provided to him. He rushed over to check his condition. Immediately afterward, Jisoo and Zhou Fan noticed something and followed. Retired Prince Xiang scanned Jisong's body with his powerful divine sense, frowned with a cold look in his eyes, then threw a pill in his mouth to stabilize his injuries. Jisoo rushed over and knelt in front of his Jisong. "What happened to my little brother? How come he is so gravely injured?" Xiang answered in a cold and murderous tone. "His soul has been forcibly scanned and searched, and more than 5 drops of source blood have been taken from him." "Great uncle, what does that mean? What is going to happen to my brother?" "It means that Songer is basically crippled. Not to mention the heavy axe physique, even cultivating will be extremely difficult for him from now on." Both Jisoo and Zhou Fan became furious. They could not imagine how the Crown Prince would be so heavily injured while taking part in the Spirit Road trial. According to his current situation, his future seems to be bleak as his path of emperor was permanently cut off. Xiang started to think while he looked at the pale and feeble complexion of his nephew with a look of pity, then he seemed to have made a certain decision. He waved his hand to wrap Jisong with his power, then with a swish sound disappeared from the room. The only thing left of him that could prove his previous existence in the room was his last word. "I will bring Songer back to see his majesty." Xiang forcibly broke the void easily. The space around him bent according to his will. In just a few minutes, he already crossed countless domains in which the smallest was the size of planet Earth, and arrived in the capital city of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty. As soon as Xiang teleported to the city, countless formations were immediately activated and surrounded him. Thousands upon thousands of runes formed an array pattern that surrounded both Xiang and the whole city. Sovereign Ji-Wen was the first to notice the change. He roared, "Who?" loud enough that the entire capital city could hear him. Xiang, who immediately realized his fault, used his token talisman to notify the city formation of his identity. Then he entered the palace and notified Sovereign Ji-Wen of the Crown Prince situation. Looking at the current situation of his son, Sovereign Ji-Wen had a terrifying murderous aura around him. The murderous aura soon enveloped the entire palace. Then, the Qi-Luck dragon of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty seemed to have felt the murderous aura of its ruler. It suddenly roared into the heaven. Following which, Ji-Wen's killing intent was fused with the luck of the entire dynasty. All of the billions of citizens of the Great Zhou Dynasty scattered throughout countless domains suddenly felt an intense murderous aura covering them. They felt an immense pressure covering them, so they immediately knelt down in worship and fear. They immediately knew that their sovereign was furious and someone was about to usher the wrath of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty. Of course, not everyone knelt down. There are many cultivators that are not Great Zhou citizens living in their domain. As arrogant as they are, how could they easily bow to another cultivator? As such, they had to resist the pressure with their own cultivation. Meanwhile, in the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty's royal palace, Sovereign Ji-Wen suddenly asked, "Was it the Dao opening sect?" "It is most likely them, Your Majesty," replied retired Prince Xiang. "Do they fucking want an Emperor Dao war? If that is what they want, I will gladly give it to them." Xiang's face immediately became ugly and hastily said, "Your Majesty needs to calm down. This is not the time to act rashly and out of emotion. Furthermore, there is still hope for the Crown Prince." Ji-Wen calmed down and became excited when he heard these words. "Uncle, are you sure about this? What do I need to do to help Songer?" Xiang looked at his great-nephew and smiled gently. "I will use a secret technique to sacrifice all my cultivation in order to repair Songer Foundation. In that way, not only will Songer be healed, but his foundation will dramatically strengthen. it is possible for him to have one of the most powerful heavy axe physique in history. Sovereign Ji Wen's face immediately changed and became gloomy. Uncle, if you do this, you will also die afterward. It's all right. This old man has lived for a long time. It is about time to leave the future for the next generation. Sovereign looked at Ji Xiang with complicated eyes. On one hand, he wished he could save his son, while on the other, he did not want his great Zhou to lose a powerful true monarch. In the end, he sighed and finally said, "I'll be counting on you then." A few breaths after this, Ji Xiang disappeared with the unconscious Ji Song, preparing to do the last good deed in his life for the dynasty. You're tuning into the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.